Okay, there you go.
Perfect. Okay, good morning, everyone. So happy to have such a great crowd. I tell you, as soon as I put out the note about Doug Mays, you started signing up, so that was great. Um, I'm just going to say a couple of things about Doug because his bio is long and impressive, but he is a member of the elected prestigious Canadian Society of Painters in Watercolor, past president of the Central Ontario Art Association, but really, people know him not just as a great painter, but as a great instructor. Really, a lot, of course, he's won lots of awards and all that. And Doug, you can tell us a bit about yourself as you paint, and we get to know you. Some of you know you better. Some of the people today I know are Doug May's followers, and so they met you before and followed your work. So we're thrilled to have you. And so today, um, monitor the chat with Annie. Welcome. Annie is a newer volunteer. This is actually her first time being the tech person, so that Nancy Newman doesn't have to do it all the time. So Nancy was particularly excited about being able to have Annie do this, and it's working great. So thank you, Annie. But Annie will stay with us through the day, and I'm also going to be monitoring the chat. We'll stop at noon or whatever is a natural place to stop for half-hour lunch, where we'll stop recording and then come back at whatever time we agree. Informal breaks throughout. I don't think we'll do sort of a set break unless it makes sense for coffee or anything. And Doug, if there's any time that you want to stop and ask people to share what they're working on, sometimes I think that works well.
Okay,
Um,
sure, I'd
but
be happy to do
I'll
that.
leave it to you. And if things get too quiet, I might chime in to say, hello, how's everybody doing? Other than that, over to you, Doug. It's the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks once again to Toronto Watercolor Society to invite me to demo. I've been to for in person demos for the last number of years, as I may have mentioned, and I quite enjoy coming up because I know the Toronto Watercolor Society is probably the one society that I am aware of, and I've done a number of them across Canada. Um, it's probably been one of the oldest and most well-established watercolor societies. And I know that there what used to be a waiting list. I don't know if there still is, but a waiting list for people to join, and that really speaks well for this society itself. And I know you have a lot of really talented watercolorists, and I'm somewhat intimidated at times to do a demo for you guys because I know, you know, that a lot of you know what I'm saying, and my approach perhaps is maybe new to some, but um, I recognize that you're well versed and you probably have. And even if you're new to this watercolor medium, just being belonging to your society would help because the person next to you can help you for sure if you have a question. But anyway, yeah, I've been painting for probably, well, my whole life, which is now well into its eighth decade. I haven't reached 80 yet, mind you. I'm in my eighth decade, but I've been painting from a young child. My first watercolor, I recall, I was in grade 5, and I won an award of sorts uh, for my watercolor. And my painting, which was quite large actually by today's standards, it was almost a full sheet on and very cheap paper, but it was a painting I still remember. I still remember the mood that I was creating or wanted to create in the painting. And it sat in a merchant's window for about a month, as I recall, in Stony Creek. It was in Wepler's General Store, and I used to go by it most days coming home from school, and I would see my painting. And I think at that point, that I recognized that, gee, I really like art, and I'd like to pursue it. And I certainly didn't pursue it as a full-time vocation, but I did go to college to study architecture because I liked building things and I liked to draw. So it gave me those both of those options. And but when I retired from my job in 2002, I worked for the Steel Company of Canada for 30 years. I was a senior buyer actually when I retired, and I just transitioned right into teaching watercolors full time, and I've been doing that again for let's see, 23 years uh, in my retirement. But I started teaching actually a couple of years before I retired. So about a quarter of a century, I've been teaching watercolors, and my wife and I have been able to travel with the watercolors. I've taught in Europe, a number of places in France, Spain, Italy, and in mostly in Canada, mostly in Ontario, but also Quebec and the Maritimes. I've gone to Newfoundland and painted with them, and they're wonderful people down there. I did some workshops there, so it's been wonderful hobby and sort of a second business as well. So I keep on doing it. I'm going to talk a little bit about my materials just to get those out of the way, and then we'll get started. Um, my This painting here is one I did recently. It's just a field of sunflower, but um, uh, I use 140-pound cold press paper most of the time. This one is actually rough, um, but it's 140-pound rough. And I like Fabriano Artistico. That's my favorite. As far as brushes are concerned, I'm just going to sort of put them here. I use my 1.5-inch flat brush a lot. It's very old. It's probably not as old as I am, but getting up there. And I have a 1-inch flat brush with a chisel end, which I like. And then its younger brother, a 1/2 inch um, flat brush. So there's my flats. And then I like this mop brush. It's a Da Vinci mop brush that I've had again a long time. Holds a lot of water, a lot of pigment. And then my rigger or liner brush, which I've had these brushes probably 20 years plus, and uh, quite quite enjoy them uh, and used to them. Um, I sent you that lesson, which I call the 5 consistencies. And when I have new people coming into my workshops or new people to the medium, I feel strongly that the thing they should learn first is the physical nature of the medium. Um, in other words, pigment, water, and their relationship, and time. Those three elements I think are really important. And so I feel if a new artist to watercolor can learn the 5 consistencies, and if you read them, you'll know when and why I use the 5 consistencies. I feel if they can learn that and how to mix their their pigment and water and so on, they can build up to a beautiful watercolor that doesn't have mud in it and has sparkle or has some vibrancy to it. So anyway, so I usually present that lesson when it's appropriate to new people.
It was
Um,
great. I figured you needed to do one for the lactose intolerant.
Good one. Yeah, yeah, I could have used that. They have a yogurt out that is lactose intolerant. I could have used that.
Yeah.
Very good. Um, so let me get this out of the way, and we'll talk about today's or this morning's demonstration. Now, here's the photo reference. Uh, I take a lot of photos up in the Muskokas, and I'm not sure what year I took it, but we have friends that have a cottage up on Peninsula Lake, and we go up every summer, and I usually go out and take pictures. And I believe this may have been close to the Oxtongue River, and this one and the one I'm going to do this afternoon will be in the same region anyway. I can't exactly recall um, uh, exactly where this photo was taken, but I'm pretty sure it's the Oxtongue. And I like doing waterfalls because for a number of reasons. A, it gives me a a a pattern or a composition that suggests a lot of energy, and we do see the energy coming across down in this white water and so on. And it does have some silence to it as well, but I like the energy created, and we create the energy in a number of ways. Most of it is shape and direction. You can see a lot of these oblique lines that are showing up that do suggest movement. It's got a lot of kinetic energy to it. So that's why I'm going to try and bring out today. Now, I don't paint by number. I paint in layers, like a lot of transparent watercolors do. So the underpainting is quite important to me. I'm just going to put this over here. Um, Annie, I don't know if you or Beth, I don't know if you want to unspotlight me so that we can see a bigger picture of what I'm going to paint now. I'm
Um,
okay
Yeah,
if I can.
I'm doing it.
yeah. Yay.
Okay,
That's
there we go.
thank you, Annie.
All right. Yeah, nobody wants to look at me anyway.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I was thinking, I'm going, oh, please don't ask me to do that. Okay.
I do see, I guess everybody's muted at this point, except for me. I do see a number of cameras still on at the top. I don't know if that's going to be, it's not distracting to me because but it's up to you. Um, I I think I can turn off my camera here and make one less thumbnail at the top of the screen.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I don't think
okay.
it's distracting. In some ways, it's kind of nice to see people's faces.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get started. So I usually start with my lightest tonal value, which in this case, oh, I didn't talk about my paints, did I? Um, I've got Quinn Gold today. Now they've changed the name of Quinn Gold. It's now called Transparent Gold Deep. I don't know if people recognize that, but it's a color I've been using for a number of years, and I just love it. The My blue, I'm going to use two blues today. My Prussian blue is my cool blue, but I'm going to use a little bit of cobalt turquoise light, which is a warmer blue, lighter blue, but it's also a little more opaque than the others. And then I've got carmine here, which is my cool red. I use carmine over alizarin crimson because I find it just a little less invasive. I find alizarin can overtake a painting if you use it too much. So I've got some carmine here, and my earth tone is burnt sienna, and they're all Winsor Newton products. And then with those three primaries, the yellow, blue, and the red, I can make my secondary colors. So I've got some purple or violet here. I've got some green here. And I really didn't see any orange showing up, although if I had made an autumn scene, you can bet that the orange would have shown up. And then I've mix a black. I mix my blacks. I don't buy black. So the black is made up from the Prussian, the carmine, creating purple, and then I add some burnt sienna to neutralize the purple, and it gives me a decent black. So I don't buy any secondary colors, greens, orange, or purples. I just mix them myself. And I know Mr. Windsor Newton doesn't want to hear that, but I find I can save some money that way. So let's get started with, I'm going to start with, again, some Queen Gold, which you don't really see me because it's off to the, just a little off to the left here, but in the background, I do have some foliage that will ultimately become, some of it will stay yellow, some of it will become um, a light green, and I'll get into maybe even a few dark greens as well. But I'm just going to lay my underpainting in, block it in the background right here above the waterfall. Now I switch hands from time to time, and I even use a maul stick. Um, uh, some of you may know, some of you may not, that 2 years ago I had a stroke, and it has affected my left hand, which I am left-handed. So I've had to sort of adopt a different approach in some ways um, when I'm about to try and create certain shapes where I maybe just don't have the strength or dexterity to maintain a shape that I want or brushstroke that I want. And so I'll use a maul stick, which I made. And all it is a bit of doweling with a cane tip on the end of it. And I can then rest it on the paper to, again, to give me some accuracy. That's all.
Hmm.
Um,
Doug, do you suggest, I mean, people can paint along with you, or will you stop and then people catch up, or how is what works?
I I usually paint alla prima, um, and so I usually don't stop, because if I stop, then the paper is going to do something different maybe than what I want it to. In
Okay,
other words, it's going to dry. And maybe I don't want it to dry, because I may want to have soft transitions of colors playing. So I usually keep painting. But
okay,
if I get to a point, um, where I feel, okay, I can stop for a minute or two, then I will. But I'm not planning to do that,
okay. So
really.
people can do whatever they want, obviously, but
Yeah,
paint
they
along
got
if
the
you like. Yeah,
they've got the recording too. If
sure.
they
Yeah.
Even if they don't get it done today, they can always send me their painting, and I would be happy to critique it
Okay,
and
that's great.
send them my comments back.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just going to use a little bit of my skim milk now. By the way, this was skim milk I put down. This is going to be some uh, burnt sienna now, just regular burnt sienna, not mixed with anything else. But I'm just trying to put the distant shoreline. Now that I'm going to change maybe the temperature of this a little later, maybe by adding some maybe a little bit of gray or blue to cool off some of the burnt sienna. But this is the distant shoreline that I'm putting in right now. So, and essentially all I'm doing is blocking in uh, the underpainting that I want to achieve, ultimately want to achieve anyway. And you see, I put a little bit of pencil work down to suggest the different shapes. I try to limit the amount of pencil work I put down, because I always find that the more pencil work you put down, that it tends to make your composition just a little bit more detailed. And I don't necessarily want a lot of detail. I want the nice big shapes to come through. So okay. I use tissue an awful lot as well. I've got a box of tissue handy that I will use to lighten up a shape if I feel I need it. So now I'm going to come in. I've got this rock face here on the left, and this is burnt sienna, but I'm going to come back with my queen gold now because I do want to have it a little lighter golden color at the top of the rock face. And of course, we can see from the photo reference that this is sedimentary rock. So I'm going to be able to bring into the composition the different layers of rock that have built up over the millions and millions of years. And as I get to the bottom here, I'll go a little darker. So I'm just using a bit more pigment, obviously, and a little less water. And so you can see I'm keeping my tonal values in sort of what I call the 1 to 3 range. And here's my chart here, my value chart, which I use 1 to 9. So I'm keeping it in the 1 to 3 range at this point in time. And I find that it's better for us to try and stay to a to that light range in the underpainting. You can always build up to um, build up your values as you continue your process. And I'm going to now come over here and do this for the foreground rocks, which are going to be a little lighter in value overall because they are more in the direct sunlight. But
Doug,
I
would you
want
always have that strip of values across the top as your guide? Is that
with this here.
this? Yeah.
Yeah, it's stuck on my it's just I just have it on my tabletop here.
Hmm.
Just to I know them because I always use that 1 to 9 because I know 1 is white, 9 is black, and 5 is mid gray. And I can sort of look at an image and say, yeah, that looks like it's about a 2 value or 3 value. And even when I critique people's work, I'll say to them, you know, if that shape were a number 8 value, I think it would read much better, you know, and that way they get to um, understand a little closer to what I'm referring to as far as tonal value is concerned. And I'm no different than many of the other instructors out there that believe that tonal values uh, are important to understand and to implement in their paintings, more so than in many ways more so than color.
Hmm.
I'm just going to put a few more. This is probably 2% now that I'm putting in because it's got a little more pigment in my brush. You see. Once in a while, I'll leave these little spaces. I call them the white diamonds. You'll see them showing up throughout the white of the paper. I haven't touched that part of the paper with anything, and I find that having little white diamonds are important at times, but selectively, I want to put them in. Okay, so I've got my warm values in. Now this is drying up here, and I want to now clean my brush, and I'm going to pick up some of my green that I had mixed up earlier. So this is Prussian and Queen Gold. And I'm going to now come in and see if I can create some um, shrubbery or foliage in the background. But I'm looking to vary the tonal value as well. I want some of that Queen Gold to come through. I don't want to cover it all up. This Queen Gold is still a little damp. I am getting a few hard edges, but usually I can lose the hard edges later if I need to by going in with a brush with a little bit of water on it and then creating, just softening up some of the edges because the background plane it really does have more softer transitions. They don't have a lot of hard edges, and I'm very conscious of what the texture should be in the foreground, midground, and background. Okay. Now I'm just going to pick up a little bit more pigment. So this might be getting into more of a homogenized consistency. I see it in my value sketch over here. It's a little darker right in here. And I'm going to go a little darker in a few spots here. Get a nice little break in it here, making these rocks just a little more important. I'm going to make the forest um, back there just a little darker near the top of the rocks here, though, because the sun can't get to the deepest parts of the forest anyway. So, and I'm just trying to vary the tonal value as I go across. I want it to look like a rugged forest. I don't want it to look like it's nicely manicured because um, we're talking about the rugged wild north in many respects. Okay. Now, I may not be finished with that tonal value because, as we all know, it's going to dry. It's going to dry lighter, and so I have to be conscious of that too. All right, I'm just gonna take out a little bit of value right there. Now, with 140-pound cold press, or this is rough as I mentioned, but 140-pound, I'm going to get buckling, and I'm okay with that. I can live with some buckling. I know a lot of people like to use 300-pound so that they don't get buckling, but I know when it dries, it's going to dry very very flat anyway. Yeah, just cleaning up the edge a little bit. All right. So what do I have, about maybe 40-50% of the painting blocked in at this point. Okay, so um, that's my underpainting. So now I'm going to come in and I'm going to start to place in some value for the water. And again, I can see where it's still damp, and I'm okay with that. But we always have to be conscious of what's the paper doing. And I always say that this instrument here can be one or of two things. It can either be a hose or it can be a vacuum. And you have to decide, do you want it to be a vacuum? Do you want it to take pigment and water off? For instance, I turned it into a vacuum. You can see right there, I've lightened up the value by drawing off pigment and water. Or do you want it to be a hose? Do you want it to dispense pigment and water to your paper? So I always say be conscious of where the paper is wet or dry. Okay. I clean my brush a lot. You don't really see me do it, but I'm over here cleaning my brush. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up some of my Prussian blue here, which is again is a skim milk. I want to go in with a fairly light value of my cool blue, and we'll bring it right down to the edge of this rock face here. And I'm looking at my photo reference as I go here because I want to see if I can follow the the um, the the dark mid values and the dark values of this blue water. And we see a really strong um, white coming right about here, which I want to maintain. And then it sort of picks up again down in here. So we're going to save a lot of white. And I know that that can be an issue for a lot of newcomers to the medium. They sometimes need to have a little bit more discipline sometimes as to where they put pigment in water and where they want to save the white. And I know some like to use Frisket, Misket. I don't use it. I have used it in the past, but I don't. If I'm going to save anything and I feel it's an important shape to save the white, I'll put maybe cut out a piece of masking tape and put on there, and that'll be my resist that I'll use. I'm just going to take off a few little shapes there. Some of this blue will get quite dark, even to the point of being number 8 or 9 value, but I just want to go in with my lightest values at this point in time. There's a few little shapes right in here too. I may supplement this blue with a little bit of green in a few spots as well, because sometimes you get reflection showing up from trees behind or trees in front as well. So in fact, I think I'm going to do that now. So I'm just going to pick up a bit of my green now, and I'm just going to go in and just, because this blue is still quite wet, you see, I can nicely transition into a different hue from blue into a little bit of green right there. And that is one of the, to me, that's one of the best or strongest virtues of transparent watercolor is the ability to put a color down and put another color next to it and let them play. And that's what they're doing. The green is now playing with the blue. Yeah. Now you get a little bit more green over here too.
How's everybody doing? Any questions? Wondering about Doug? Just put them in the chat or yeah. Or if it's more complicated, we can unmute you and can
Yeah,
explain.
if anybody definitely has any questions, you can fire it away. I can try and come up with an answer while I paint even. I'm sort of multitasking that way.
Yeah. I'm always
And
amazed how demonstrators can do that because like
if I do multitask, I'm going to let my wife know I did.
I actually, that is Annie. I have a question. You are mostly working wet on dry. You don't work water wet on wet. I can see.
Today is wet and dry, but keep in mind, even though it's a wet on dry, it's wet, very wet pigment I'm using, like transparent. There's a lot of water in that brush, okay? But it is on dry paper. If I wanted to do, let's say, a sunset, where you have very strong transitions from bright yellow to orange to red, maybe to purple, and you want to achieve a very soft movement, horizontal but soft movement into the warms, into the cools. There, I probably would pre-wet my paper completely, and I do that in sometimes in my workshops. I'll do I'll do a sunset and to demonstrate a wet and wet, but this is wet and dry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just cleaning up the edge here. I don't want any bleed back. Now what I'm going to do, while I still have the blue in my brush, I'm going to start to glaze some of the glaze being the paper. That's still a little damp, so it's not glazing. Glazing is when you put a color down, you dry the paper, and then you put a secondary color down. In this case, it'll be a blue to create somewhat of a gray over here. But I'm going to dry this, so give me a minute just to dry this.
Okay. Good, because I can grab a coffee. I haven't abandoned everyone.
Okay. I always use the back of my hand to decide if it's dry enough. It's not bone dry, but it's dry enough. I know the pigment has gone into the paper sufficiently that when I start to put another color on top, it's not going to disturb it and create mud. It's going to create a third hue, which will be, in this case, probably more of a gray, because I'm using close to complementary colors, which when you put complementary colors down, they will tend to gray out or mute each other. So I'm just suggesting, now I'm suggesting shadow. This isn't cast shadow, this is body shadow that I'm putting in right now. And I'm going to put a little bit of it right up in here too. Okay, just to give it a little, this should be different in value, even though they're close right now. This water is going to get darker, so that'll help to bring this rock face forward. Okay, so I'm going to continue on with a little bit more of the shadow that I'm seeing in this sedimentary rock. There's a break in it right about here, so.
Doug, I love that you're doing Marsh's Falls. We had a family cottage on Lake of Bays, and once a summer we'd take our wreck of a boat up the Oxton River to Marsh's Falls.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Marsh's Falls is very close to where my wife and I were this year. We actually rented a cottage for a week at a Bondi Village, which
Oh,
I'm sure you're familiar. And do you know Nancy? Nancy Tapley?
no, but I know the Tapley name.
Yeah.
But see, it's funny, when we built our cottage, we stayed, like, I was a newborn and my mom stayed with me at Bondi Village.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
that
been
old.
around. It's been around a long time.
Yeah,
When
let's not dwell on
my
that, yes.
when I had worked for Stelco, my boss owned a cottage just down the road from Bondi, so we got to know Bondi a little bit way back in the 70s.
Yeah.
That's the 1970s, not the 1870s. But
Yeah, well, we stayed at that in like 1955, my family. Yeah,
yeah.
anyway.
Anyway, yeah, I don't think it's changed much actually. But
Yeah.
no, I actually did an outdoor demo for them when we were up there. It was kind of neat the way we were able to. It was a few of Nancy's friends that came over that were into watercolor, and they came over and watched me. I was outdoor. That was fine. It was a nice day. Okay, so you see, I've cooled it off by putting a little bit of that blue in there. I'm going to still add more value, but I'm going to let that just settle for the time being. And I'm going to come back here now, and I'm going to create some shadows in the background rocky shoreline here, keeping in mind that the sunlight will be, and tonal value will be brighter at the top of these rocks, obviously. Over here it gets really quite dark, so I'm not going to, and that's an important spot to get dark in here, I think, because what it'll do is it'll make this white of this waterfall just jump when you can put a dark shape next to it. So, and I know you understand that.
Now, do you mark where the sun comes from and all that? Or
I usually try to determine, sometimes it's very difficult to know where the sun is, but I noticed that it's a little darker here than it is here. So it tells me maybe the sunlight is coming overhead, but a little bit right to left. And so as long as you can keep it consistent, that's the main thing. I'm going to put a few little suggestions over here too in the rocks so that we can the one art watercolors that I look to, and I never mentioned it, but I think I do have it in my bio. I always enjoyed the work of John Singer Sargent, and what I enjoyed about his work more than anything was the fact that he used light and shadow in many of his most of his work. It was consisting of light and shadow, and I use those two elements a lot in my paintings, whether it be a landscape, seascape, or even a still life. I always feel that it's important to make sure that light and shadow comes out. I'm just giving it a little squirt here just to soften up some of those hard edges there that are a little carried away. Okay. So I'm going to let that dry now, and I'm going to start to come in now and put in some mid values into this water that has come rushing down, and then it is cooling right here, but there's a little bit of a ripple. And what I've noticed is that it's not as blue as this is, but it's more of a violet. So I'm just going to actually I'm going to take some of my Prussian and add to it right here. Oop, that might be too much. Now I'm just going to add some of my carmine to bring in just a little bit of warmth to this blue. Okay. All right. I'm okay with that now. It'll be a little dark, a little too dark, so I'm going to lighten it up. And now I'm going to start to come back in and just put in some of this pooled water at the base that's, again, pooling when it reaches a different elevation. That's all it's doing. And these, you'll see my brush stroke is very horizontal, which is important. This will probably not be the final tonal value. However, I'll probably still have to go in and add a much darker, because I do see some reflected dark light, reflected from maybe the trees back here, right in here. But I do want to try and get this mid value in first. There, I'll leave a few little diamonds along the way to suggest maybe some ripples in the water. So the white of the paper is going to be the strongest right here, obviously, where the waterfall is. Everything else is going to be probably a 3 to 9 value throughout. Now, even though I'm going to go darker in a few of these spots because there's a very strong reflection, dark reflection from this rock face right in this corner here, I still want to get the the lighter sort of purple blue, or maybe it's even a gray blue showing up, because I may want the suggestion of ripples, and so I'm going to need to achieve some lighter values as well. So I may as well put those in right now. The 1.5 inch brush that I use is important for me to maintain an overall looseness. I don't want to get into my small brushes. If you come in with a small round brush or even a rigger into your painting process too early, I always feel that what that's going to do is probably encourage you to make some of the shapes far more detailed than I want it to be. I'm not looking to make a painting of photorealism. I want it to be sort of a loose, spontaneous look to it. Okay. Now I'm not going to make too many of these white diamonds here. And I specifically don't like the white diamonds touching the edge of my paper, because sometimes those little white diamonds, if they show up next to the white mat when you start to frame your painting, those little white diamonds connect to the white mat and can be very distracting, I find. So if I'm going to put white diamonds in, I'm going to have them more or less in the sweet spot of the painting, which is in here. You know the rule of thirds. Anyway, so that's what I'm looking to do. Okay.
The rule of thirds. Remind us the rule of thirds.
The rule of thirds?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the rule of thirds, right? Don't you? Everybody?
Let's just remind us, for those of us that might have forgotten.
If you look at your rectangular paper, whether it's in landscape or portrait, doesn't matter. If you even mentally divide it vertically in thirds, horizontally in thirds, there are going to be 4 intersection points. And that is one of those points is probably a good spot to put a center of interest. You can see that this white here, the strongest white, is sort of in the top right third. And that's what I want. If I wanted to put, let's say, a barn in the painting, let's say it's a farm, I may want to put the barn right about there in the background.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe. Okay. And when I even compose, if I'm taking a photograph, or even after the fact, I can do cropping with my photo. I'm always looking, okay, what do I want to bring out? I always say, who's the star of this show? Well, the star of this show is the waterfall. And so that's why I put it there and not there, okay? There's a slight difference. And so I'm always composing even with my camera.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm just going to come back and just put a few little breaks right in here too. Okay. So now I've got my mid values for the most part. I've got my mid values 4 to 6 in the painting, which is working for me now. Now I want to think about going into create my 7, 8, and 9 values. So it's 10 to 11. I usually take about an hour to an hour and a quarter to do a 15 by 20 painting. Okay. If it goes beyond that, then I know that I'm probably overworking it. And so I try and either consciously or subconsciously try to get it to become an hour painting. Now I'm going to come back here because I want to put in a little bit more glazing of the sedimentary rock that we see in this background here. Because I just noticed that I hadn't really done anything to it. All this is I'm putting shadow in, that's all. And I'm using the same color as the water. However, it's going over more of a burnt sienna. So I'm going to get probably just a little bit more gray as opposed to it being blue. I'm just going to go just a little bit more right down here next to the rushing water that's coming down. And I'm doing some random shadows as well. Now I'm going to push this area right here back a little bit. So I'm going to take a little bit more of this mid-value gray violet, and I'm going to actually place it in here. And what it's going to do is help to bring the weight of the waterfall down a little stronger and out to become a little more important. You can see that, I think. So it's where tonal values become terribly important. I'm going to come back and put a little bit more down in here too to create a little more depth within the forest. I have a thing about sometimes I like to darken my corners a little bit. I definitely like them muted. I don't want a lot of activity going on. I don't want it shouting at me. I want it to be very silent in the corners. If there's going to be any shouting or any music, I want it to be right in here in the sweet spot. And we'll put a few more little suggestions of some vertical trees even right in here too. I'm going to go a little bit warmer with this violet. I'm going to take some of this over here too. So you can see how my corners here have become a little darker and just a little not much activity going on. So we're silencing them a bit. Okay. I'm going to steal some of this. I feel that in the middle here, that actually looks a little bit too. Yeah, I'm going to add some. This is more of a gray black in here in the middle. I know it's close to what the violet was, but we're gonna create some both negative and positive shapes in here.
Is that really dark green because of the Prussian, the carmine, and a bit of burnt sienna? Is that kind of?
It looked dark green because the underpainting is green, but as I look at it, it's still green, but it's got a little bit of more gray in it, really.
Okay.
But it'll probably read more of a muted green
Okay.
anyways. I'm just going to try and make this rock here just become a little more important here. I'm going to have a little bit of sunlight coming through in the background here too. Now that is a little bit too hard edge, so I'm just going to squirt and lose some of the, change the texture from hard edge to a soft edge. Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave the background now. And let's see. I think we're ready to get into the darker blue now. So I'm coming back with my Prussian over here. I may have had a little bit of violet in my brush, but I'm okay with that because they're fairly analogous colors anyway. And it won't really hurt me too much, but I'm going to come back in now and start create. I need a bit more. Doesn't matter which one I use. I want this, the background or the shoreline back here to be a little more important. So I come in with the dark water here, and this is when it's coming around, and of course the shoreline starts to show the sunlight hitting it. And there's a very strong shape right in here coming down. And here's where sort of silent water is now becoming more kinetic. Okay. It's building up its energy right here just before it breaks. The other aspect of transparent watercolors that I noticed that when a beginner watercolorist um, is starting their journey, if you will, they have a tendency of avoiding the very dark values because they get into the light values and they're happy with the painting, but they don't want to wreck it. That's, I think, what their concern is. They don't want to ruin the something that they feel is quite good. But I think over time you tend to become, okay, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to try and go for the 8 and 9 values, and I think that's quite normal for you to go through that stage. I'm sure I did as well in the early going. Now you're just seeing a few of the dark values coming across here now. Now there's a really strong dark right here. So I'm going to bring it in. It's not water, but it's more background, but I want to make it quite strong right there because there's a very strong transition of number 1 value to almost the number 9 value. Where it comes crashing down right in here too. And then it comes across, and where the shoreline, the sedimentary rock, has been wetted by the river, it's going to read it definitely going to read darker because it always looks darker. Wet rocks always look darker than dry rocks. So and we're just going to change that a little bit, make a little bit of churning going on right there. Going to bring that down just a little bit again. Okay. There's a little bit of suggestion that maybe there's some rock here that's close to the surface that's creating maybe this dark water here too. And you can see my brush stroke. I'm just using the edge of my 1.5 inch brush. I probably use my 1.5 inch brush. I'm going to say 80 to 90% of the time because again, it allows me to stay loose. I'm going to put a few little darks right in here too, because there again may be a suggestion that there's rocks just below the surface there that are creating this dark value. Now I'm not quite finished with this white though. I may want to put a little bit of cobalt turquoise light in a few spots just to give it a little bit of accent. So, but I'm okay with how it's coming across. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually take this right here. There's a suggestion right here of a dark shape that comes across, and I'm just going to put it right in there like that. And then we have a little bit of white water coming across there, and then it gets dark again. Now this, what I'm doing now, is a reflection from the trees back here. Okay. And I see that in my photo reference. So I'm going to bring it in because I think it's a nice shape to have. And it comes across almost to about here. And if anybody has their photo reference in front of them, you'll probably see what I'm trying to achieve here. I am going to come in and do a little bit more a shadow, maybe even a little bit cast shadow within these rocks as well. Now I'm getting a little bit of dry brush here because my pigment in my brush is probably a little closer to homogenized to buttermilk consistency. So I get a little dry brush and I'm okay with that because that's another texture that I like to incorporate into my composition. So, okay, there's a little bit of darkness right in here too. Not much, but a little bit. I'm getting a little light on my color here, so I'm just going to mix up a bit more. Add a little bit of burnt sienna to, again, neutralize the blue a bit. And now I'm going to come down and suggest the reflection from this rock face here. And doing it, these brush strokes like I'm doing right now, actually does suggest some ripples in the water. So it comes down, it flattens out a little bit, it cools, and then it starts to move again. So there's slight wave action going on down here. And down here is going to be very, very silent. It's almost, you really don't see a lot of movement at all in this corner. So I'm just mixing up a little bit more of the color value that I'm trying to suggest there. Now I'm going to take some of it out here because, again, it's a reflection of this. So I found I put in a little bit too much. So I just took tissue and took it out very quickly. Okay. I think you can see. Yeah, take a bit out there too. I think you can see the reflection now there and the reflection here as well. I'll just put a few more little guys down in here too. So as I'm looking across the room and I see my painting develop, and it's 10 feet away, and it it's good to push your painting back. And I always achieve a stage in my process, which I call the mantle stage. And it's where I feel I'm very close to being finished, if not finished. And this is when I'll look and say, okay, what does it need? Or what do I need to change? Maybe it's lifting out, maybe it's adding a little bit. But I'm going to now come back and I want to put a little bit more shadow in this rock face to give it more form and to make it just a little darker in the shadows.
I think for me, it's the stage where it's should I rip it up?
You know, over the years, I've had people in my workshops where they said, I think I'm going to just turn it over and try again. And I'll encourage them. In a lot of cases, I'll say, no, you still have the makings of a painting here, a successful painting. Do not do that. And I'll point out to them that as long as your tone values at the beginning are nice and light, you can do so much with a painting in changing it, So yeah, there's sometimes you do want to turn it over, but again, I wouldn't be too quick to necessarily do that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to add a little water to this because I want to continue to change my. I want to change the different tonal values within this rock face here. I like doing sedimentary rock. Where we live in Ancaster here, of course, we're next to the escarpment. We have all kinds of waterfalls here. We have they say we have 100 waterfalls along the escarpment. And I enjoyed looking at even the rock face and see how it reads. Okay. So you can see how much darker I've made that just by adding about a 7 value, I would say. I'm going to go a little darker down here now because I want it to suggest, again, the water has wetted the bottom rock, so it's going to make them slightly darker. Okay, now I'm going to rest my 1.5-inch brush, and I'm going to pick up my mop brush now. And here's where I may need a little bit of accuracy. So I'm going to come in with a few little cracks in the rock here. Again, I don't want a lot of activity. I want some, but I'm going to just soften up some of these edges along the edge of the paper again, because any hard edges or hard transitions really do show up if they're near the edge of the paper, and I just don't want that. So I'm just going to come back and I'll add it right in here. Got some, take out some of those hard edges as well. Okay, what I want to do is just clean up a few. Oh, I got to go back and add some value to the distant rock face there, because it's just not. So I'm going to come back with my rigger now, because I want a smaller shape. So I'll just use this sort of gray violet, and come in and put maybe a few little hard edges right in here too. I'm going to make a little bit of shadow near the base of some of these rocks as well, so that and I'll bring another little crack over right there too. And I'm going to come back and do a few in here too. I'll put a few vertical separations as well in the sedimentary rock over here. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to come back and supplement some of these soft lines with some harder texture cracks in the rock. I'm just going to take a bit of value out right here. It's a little distracting. I'm come back with my mop brush with a little bit of my blue-gray, if you will. And I'm just going to glaze. Oop, that's probably too dark. Just want to glaze a little bit of blue on the edge here, because that's further away. I want this to suggest that it's closer to the viewer or to the camera for that matter. Now I'm just going to come back and I'm going to add a little bit of value right in here too, because I want this to really jump right in here. I'm just adding a little bit of shadow. That's all. Okay. I think I'm there. I think we've achieved a painting.
Wow.
I'm going to put a mat on it now because I always feel a mat tends to finish it off a little better. And then we'll let it dry. I can come in. Oh, you know what I didn't do, folks? I didn't give you my accent, did I? Have cobalt turquoise light. So
No, we want the accent.
yeah, so I got a little bit in here in my brush, and I'm just going to place a little bit right in here. And maybe a little bit back in here too.
Mm.
And I may even put a bit on the rock back here.
So Doug, sometimes I've seen, a lot of time people do waterfalls and then at some point they mist it to make the water. You don't.
I could splatter. Um, I could splatter, but down here if I'm doing a very steep waterfall, I tend to do that. I don't really see there is a bit of splashing going on right in here. But I can achieve that just by maybe the way I treat the background right in here. If I just give it a little bit of, a rough texture here, it gives you the illusion that it's spraying up maybe. But definitely a steep waterfall, you tend to see a lot of splashing going on. I'm just going to come across there right there, like that too. Okay. So it's basically an hour and a quarter, which I indicated is sort of the time I give myself to do a painting of this size. And again, it's 15 by 20. I take a half sheet and I take about 2 inches off the length, making it a 3/4 proportion. And you'll find that this will fit a standard size frame and be a lot cheaper than if you had to go and get a non-standard frame. So
Yeah.
anyway, I
Yeah.
think that's it for now. And I'm looking at my tonal values and I'm looking at my composition to see if I've achieved the tonal values that I wanted to. The lighter foreground rock, yes. This is a little darker. This is even darker. That's fine. The white of the water's coming through, which I like. But yeah.
Wow.
Any
That looks
questions
great.
or?
Yeah, I don't know. We've got a kind of a large group. Do people want to just hold up what they've been working on, or?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Let's see, gallery view.
What is the size of the painting that when you took off a couple inches, then is it from a 15 by 20?
Yeah, 15 by 20. Well, half sheet's 15 by 22.
Oh, right. That's right. So it's 15 by 20.
Yeah. Who is that? That is wonderful painting. Is that Annie? Is that Annie?
Which one?
And Fountain. And Fountain. I couldn't read it, but that is
There you go.
really nice.
Oh,
That's really nice, Anne.
nice.
Very
Oh,
strong.
here, let's,
Yeah.
yeah,
I was way behind, and I just grabbed a. Actually, this is a 9 by 12 with a bit cut off the end, because I thought I'm
That's okay.
catch up if it's the big size. But it's amazing. I'm going to try it properly. But that's my
right.
first
Wow.
attempt.
Your tonal values are very strong. Yeah.
Judy
Beautiful.
or Doug, could you pin
Thank you,
Annie's
Doug.
our Anne so we can see it? I'm just somehow stuck still in small.
How do you get it
I'm-
to
I'm-
fog?
Look, you have to look at.
I'm seeing some. They're
Look at
not
view.
in focus though.
Try
I
to-
see about 5 or 6 of them in front of me. They're really, really strong, which I'm not surprised at. You guys know what you're doing.
We got Laura showing and Sally and KJ.
Oh heck,
Yeah.
I'm taking mine down now.
Oh,
Wonderful,
cool.
wonderful,
There.
good stuff. You guys aren't afraid of dark values at all. I can see that.
Wow.
And I always say to people, when you're about to embark on a new painting, whether it be mostly landscape, but landscape, seascape, whatever, what mood do you want to evoke? Do you want to evoke a dark and stormy suggestion, or is it a bright sunny day that has the feeling of movement in it? Like, to me, a waterfall I always associate with sound, and I can hear the sound of the water and the thunder, sometimes the thundering sound of the water coming down. And I think once you establish the mood that you want to create, then you have to then embark on it and maintain that mood throughout painting.
Mm.
But from what I've seen there, those are really, really well done. Nicely done. So this afternoon, I'm going to use essentially the same colors, because that way I don't have to clean up my palette, for one thing. But I like these colors too. But I may change the overall warmth of the painting. This one has a lot of cool in it, but it's got cool, but it's got warm too. It's got some warm accents that are very strong. Yeah, very good. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could do some individual show and tells. If we can we do that, Annie? Just highlight a few people that have pictures and look at them.
Yes, of
Here, we
course.
got-
It's just
we got time.
Yeah, let's do that before we take a break, because
okay. I'm going to
so
spawn
Jan's got something.
outline
Oh.
each by it. Give me a moment.
Okay. Oh,
Okay,
there's Ann.
very
Okay.
good. Okay. Again, very, very nice background. I love the soft textures you have in the background there. It very strong. It almost looks like there's a line of coniferous trees immediately behind, and I'm okay with that. The one thing that is standing out for me is and it could be in mine as well, is the way the white water comes down, and it comes down and it almost transitions to dark all in one line. And I would maybe break that up a little bit so that it's a little bit more of it goes from number one value into the darks, but I would sort of break it up a little bit so that it
Yes, I can see that. I was hurrying to do things, and then sometimes you do things and you think, if I was thinking about this, I would actually do it slightly differently. One thing I found was, because I'm not used to using Prussian blue, which I think is a beautiful color, but I was sort of struggling with my mixing of it because it's not something that's normally in my palette. But I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's a
Well,
lovely
it's a cool blue, but it's fine. I think what you've achieved is fine. It's very close to the photo reference actually, and
Well, that's more my
color-wise.
luck than my judgment.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
no, very nice.
Thank
Now,
you for your time.
Jan, I try to, there's Jan's got her picture ready.
Yeah, you want to put it up and we'll,
Oh,
okay. Can you, oh, is that Doug?
Yes.
Okay, Doug.
That's
oh,
done.
there's
Yeah.
Doug. Okay.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, nice. Now, your range of tonal values definitely goes from number 1 value. The darkest dark I see is in the background
Yeah.
trees. And you've achieved, I'm going to say, a 7 to 8 value at most. Okay. Now, if you want number 9 value, you just have to mix up a little bit darker bluey black, you know. But that notwithstanding, you have some very nice brushwork, and I like the way you've treated the shadows as well. But that would be my only. The other thing is, I think I may carry some of those dark trees in the background, which are almost looking in silhouette. I would take some of them and carry them to the right side as well of the background,
Okay.
instead of stopping them sort of a little right of center. But other than that, no, it's got a lot of nice movement to it.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going in order as I saw you guys, so I don't lose anyone. Let me see who's next. To me is Sally.
Sally.
Okay, very nice. Now this one has a lot of energy. Oh, look at that energy. Okay, I like to refer to that energy as the music of the painting. I can see the orchestra conductors moving his baton to that music. That's wonderful, really good. And the way it's coming down. Again, as I mentioned to Doug there, you could achieve some darker values if you wanted to. I'm okay with that. I might bring some darkness into the reflection in the water on the bottom right to reflect that rock face on the right. And I think what that would do is it helps to bring sort of the top heaviness away, because that dark background makes it somewhat top heavy. And I think I'd like to introduce some darker values to the foreground as well. And I think that would do it. But overall, I really like the overall design you've created there, and the various textures, even in the water, that those textures coming down, really multiple textures, not just hard and soft, but you may have some rough and smooth in there too, but I can see it. So that's nicely done. Good job.
Okay, next is Shan. Give me a moment, please.
Might be upside down. Mind you, if I was in Australia, it would look right.
This
Yeah.
was a new challenge for me to paint along with. Usually I just sit and watch, but
Right.
today I tried to keep up. Mhm.
I think you did. I think you did keep up quite nicely. Yes, it's working good. Now remember, the sunlight is above, so that rock face on the right, I think, needs more shadow.
This,
Yeah, yeah.
okay,
I think it needs more shadow, not on the top, because the top is where the sunlight's hitting it
yes.
and highlighting the top. And there will be a few sedimentary rocks that will sort of stick out and be a little lighter in value. But I think if you went just a little darker, in a few of those, especially near the base. I think it would work. Overall, the tonal values are really nice in the water and so on. Yeah, so that's where. Now in the background,
I was just going to ask you about that.
the background, you have a dark shape that looks a little bit like a mound in the middle. And quite frankly, I think I'd soften that top a little bit,
Okay.
because it seems to be not where it's not the bottom part where it hits the white water, because I think you need that contrast. But I just feel that if you could soften that and maybe add a little bit of dark shadow to those distant rocks on the right side as well. Yeah,
Okay.
you need a little shadow happening to again, think of where the sun is and how it's going to hit certain rock faces and be brighter. Some of them not all that bright because they're sort of on an angle to the sun, and then there's some that the sun just cannot get to at all, and so you're going to create some even darker shadows. So, but overall, I like the water is done quite nicely, and you saved the white. Now that foreground, that foreground rock is starting to become a little more important than I would want it to be. Okay,
Okay.
so be careful of hard edges down there. Try and keep them softer. And Edgar Whitney, I don't know if you know Edgar Whitney's
Yeah.
teachings, but he always said to what did he say? When the tonal value looks right when it's wet, then it's wrong. That's the one thing he said. But so I would try and not make that foreground rock face too important. Okay, because this is the star. The white water is the star, and you want to make sure that the spotlight is on that throughout the painting. And I, for many years, have used the analogy of calling the star or the center of interest the Diana Ross. And some of you may have heard me say that before. And you do not want to take the spotlight away from Diana Ross. Okay, that's important.
Okay.
The other shapes are important, but they're not Diana Ross. They're the Supremes. And they're in the background. They're the backup singers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's
Okay,
next?
next is KJ. Give me a second.
There we go. Okay, yep, very nice. Okay, you got a nice white water coming down. That's good, and the reflections are looking good too. The background trees, you can see very nice spontaneous shapes that you've created, and they're not overtaking the painting. But what I would try to do, being a representational artist, I would soften a lot of those edges so that they are a softer transition, because remember, it's the background plane, and you don't want to bring hard edges, too many hard edges into it, because what happens is they will want to come forward and compete with the hard edges in the midground and in the foreground. So if you can soften a lot of the background edges of those shapes, but I like the random, almost abstract pattern of them as well. That's good. There's also another thing you could do too, and that is the separation between the white water and this rock on the right. Okay. I would make that a little bit more of a jagged edge there. I think it reads a little better if it, instead of having it come down almost perfectly, it almost looks like people have laid stone or brickwork there, and it can be a little distracting, I think. But I like the way you've muted the foreground rocks on the right. You haven't gone too strong with it, so I think that works quite nicely as well. Good.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, Beth.
Ooh, this has got a lot of mood to it, this one. Okay.
It's a little
I,
crazy, but
I like the you haven't saved necessarily as much white or number one value as others have, but it's still enough that it's coming out, and that's good. The key of your painting is slightly lower perhaps than some of the others, and it could be because of the combination of the background and all the darks you have in the midground and in the foreground. But so it's changed the key. It's made it a little bit more blustery a day, and I'm okay with that. I am not against blustery. What I really quite like is that foreground rock formation on the right. You have created a lot of form there, in and out, and dark and light, and that's very, very strong. You don't want it to become the star, though. You want the white water to become the star. That's the thing. But
yeah, I was thinking the rock became the star, the rock star.
yeah. Now the background rock formation on the right looks a little bit like it may be logs that have uh, gone ashore or something there. So I might maybe suggest maybe softening up some of those shapes so that they're similar to the distant shoreline on the left.
Yeah.
Similar anyway.
Yeah.
Unless that's supposed to be water. Is that supposed to be water on the right? The light
Yeah.
part?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It's not quite reading that way though. I'm
No.
reading it as the shoreline, maybe because I'm influenced by what I painted myself.
Yeah.
That could be. But overall, I like the tonal values that you've created. And again, that rock face on the right it's got a lot of form to it. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Who else?
Who else? Monica. Monica. Okay, coming.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
All right. Well, the illusion of depth is definitely there. I like the softness you've got in the background trees. Um, I think that's working quite nicely. I can even feel the depth in the trees way back there as well. Um, the um, the darks that you've created in the water, especially in the white portion of the water, seem to be just a little bit too much. I know that, and I'm thinking that if you can, I don't know if you can see mine, but I'm pointing to mine now. If you can save a little bit more white right in here and a little less of the dark streams coming down, I think that would work a little better. And even over here, I think there's an opportunity on the left near the bottom just to give it a little bit more white there and a little less of the streams. If you go back to your photo reference and look at where the dominance of the white is in the overall waterfall, I think maybe that'll help you. Now, taking it out may be a little difficult because Prussian is a staining watercolor. If you use Prussian, you may have used a different cool blue. I don't know.
Prussian.
There is Prussian. Okay, it's a stainer, so you're not going to get it all out. But what you can do is at least soften a lot of the edges, and even softening the edge and lifting out some value. I think in those areas that I am suggesting here and here, I think will maybe help the composition just a little bit. But
Okay,
yeah, good.
thank you.
But got some nice movement too.
Is that everyone?
Next one,
Oh, Laura.
Laura. Okay.
One more.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, what size is that, Laura? What size is that? No, she can't hear me.
One sec.
There.
It's smaller, Doug.
Yeah, that's fine. that's fine. I can see, it looks like it might be 8 by 10 or something like that.
12 by 15, I think, or something like 12 by 9, maybe.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I like the rock face on the right. You've got some nice warm and cool working in there too. I like that little bit of burnt sienna you put in there. It almost looks like a bit of rust color, which is kind of nice because it sort of complements the blue that I see in the water. And the water, the river looks really good. Now, what I would do is, you see the river at the top right. I would take that right off the page at the top
One
right.
here?
Yeah,
You'll go right over
because
there. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, because it looks like it's you would have to crop it, maybe take it in an inch to make it look right. And I don't think you want to lose that. I always say make your paintings a little bigger. You get more money for them if they're bigger. What I do like is I like the way you treated the background forest. It's very believable. It's got lots of depth. On the left side, you've created it a little closer to the viewer, whereas to the middle and to the right, you pushed it back. It's going way back there, and that's got a lot of nice illusion of depth created there. The other thing is in the water at the bottom, you chose to keep it fairly white, and I'm looking at my
just
photo
here.
reference.
Yeah, make it a bit darker.
Well, you know,
Yeah, because it makes the waterfall stand out more too, doesn't it?
it does. It's not competing with the waterfall. And that's one thing, again, you don't want to do. You don't want
Yes.
something to compete with the star.
Yes.
The waterfall itself is done very nicely. If you just take that blue and take it more to the right at the top there, I think
Yes.
that would work. But there's a nice illusion of water coming over that rock face very nicely. Yeah, good
Thank
job.
you. My sister here is next.
I'm
Well,
sorry?
I'm not as professional as that, but this is my attempt.
You worked together, did you?
Yeah.
We paid
Okay.
twice, Doug. We paid for mine as well.
Okay, just move it back a tad. There you go. Okay, I like that. I like again, the tonal values in the rocks are really nice on the right. I would make the base of that rock a little darker because remember, the water has wet that rock. So it's going to read darker. Okay, yeah, down there. And it can be, an inch high or something like that. That would be fine. But there's nice movement within the composition as well. Very nice, yeah. And the background is very abstract. You've kept it a fairly light value.
Yeah.
If you darker in that background, the trees,
It's like in here, all along here.
yeah, what it does, it'll make the white water more important.
I see.
Okay. If you make the shape next to the white water darker, then the white water will become an even greater star.
Right.
Okay.
And is this line, I don't think I have this line correct. Should it have been like more this way?
Well, as I mentioned to one of the ladies at the beginning, that if you can sort of not let that line dominate, being so sharp, a line between white and dark, but have it a little bit broken, maybe a little, what I call interrupt that shape a bit, like you've done sort of on the left side of that. I can see, yeah, right about, I can't, you can't see it, but
right there.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, you see how it softens there?
Yeah.
Okay, I think if you break that edge a little bit as it's coming down, I think it'll read a little bit better. I tried to do that with mine. I try to keep an interrupted line right there.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Good job.
So good timing. So Doug, do you want to, we're about at lunch. So do you have anything ahead before lunch?
Well, while we're at lunch, I'm going to put this one down. And this is the Ox Tongue River. And it's in many ways, it's going to have the same energy. It's just a different composition. We're going to bring some trees, a few, I guess, birch trees into it. There'll be rocks. So, I mean, we're going to maintain the same theme of movement, energy, and white water. There will be a little bit more yellow-green in the water right in here than I had in this one. In fact, I had very little yellow-green. I had a little bit at the beginning, but there'll be more in it. And this will be shallow water too, compared to this morning's, which had some deep water in it as well. So anyway, we'll try and maintain that theme, and whatever colors you use this morning, you could probably use again this afternoon.
Okay.
And I'll get that ready while everybody's at lunch.
Okay, so everyone, we'll leave, the cameras will stay on, we'll stop the recording. Oh, yes. Okay, welcome back, everyone, and welcome back. I know there's a few people that at the last minute couldn't come, and we'll be getting the recording along with everybody here as well. And so they also know that you didn't miss anything while we were all eating, except we did talk about sheep and goats a little bit, but other than that. So yeah, so we're going to mute everyone again, same process before, and over to you, Doug.
Okay, thank you very much. Guess
Doug, please unmute.
Oh, how did that happen? I thought oh yeah. So you can hear me okay?
Yeah, now it's okay.
All right, good. So as I was mentioning just about an hour or so ago, we're going to do another rushing water this time, up in the Muskoka area. And I think I talked about what was involved. So it's going to be in many ways similar. So you know my approach, starting with the lightest values and working to the darkest. There will be some dark green. I see in the background trees on the far side of the shore, some look like carnivorous trees, and got a little bit of green showing up in some of the foreground rocks as well. But there will be some hint of a yellow-green showing up in the churning water as well. So that'll bring unity to the painting when you can introduce colors, not necessarily of the same chroma, same saturation, but green, throughout the painting. That brings unity to the composition. There's some nice warmth in here with these leaves that have fallen off the tree, and they'll probably I'll probably use burnt sienna to suggest those. But anyway, we'll get started and see if we can suggest a similar mood to this morning's. Rushing water, lots of energy, and this tree here is a birch tree. There's one behind it, or I haven't put it immediately behind. I'm putting a few smaller ones next to this major one, and that represents edge block. I like to refer to it as a something that slows the eye down from leaving the page. There's a very strong white here, and there's more over here as well. But I'd say the white in here is probably going to be the strongest part of the sunlight anyway, hitting that white water. And anyway, we'll see what we can come up with. So My paint, my colors are the same. So I'm going to start with Queen Gold, and again we're going to put in the yellow underpainting, working it to a green. And it's you'll notice that the edge of the water is not completely horizontal. It slopes down, like we will have the water sloping on a top left to bottom right, and that maintains the flow, if you will. I just got to get my tissue here to. And I'm going to put some in the foreground as well. Oops, a little bit more. This is why I like Queen Gold, because when you put it on thicker, it actually takes on a suggestion of burnt sienna. It's got that red influence when it is put on as a sort of 2% homogenized, and when it's even thicker, it even looks like burnt sienna. So sometimes you can get by with um, just using Queen Gold thicker if you didn't have any burnt sienna in your palette. Okay, so there's a little bit. Now I'm going to just add a little bit of water to my brush, and I'm going to put in a very, very faint Queen Gold suggestion in the where I know the white water is going to be. And you can see the flow of the river. A little bit up in here too. Again, it's my 1.5 inch brush is working overtime right now. So anyway, we've blocked in probably 50% of the painting already with just a few brush strokes. Now I'm going to do a similar thing that I did this morning. I'm going to come over and pick up my burnt sienna, again, skim milk, and I'm just going to, maybe I'll go a little thicker than skim milk. And I'm just going to come in and put in maybe some suggestions of some fallen leaves in here, and they'll take on a fairly light value, probably around a 2 to 3 value. And I see some right in here too. There's not much going on in the background as far as warmth is concerned. I have well, I shouldn't say that. There's a few little suggestions of some leaves back here. I might put them right in here. But it's really kind of dark and cool for the most part back here, which is okay. We have some of this stonework on the far shore here. So I'm going to put it in with just a little bit of burnt sienna, not unlike what we did this morning. Okay, that's not bad. And you notice it's nice and wide and thick here, but gets very narrow here, because I want to strengthen the illusion of depth with shape. Okay. And you can see the soft textures I'm getting here because the yellow is still damp. So that's what I want. I don't want hard edges, especially back there where it's where we got the in the background plane. I want soft textures. The other element that I bring into for the illusion of depth is temperature. And so I tend to make my backgrounds cool and my foregrounds warmer. And that's because warms advance, cools recede. So I always try to incorporate that little reminder in all of my my demos when I'm doing demonstration. And this particular composition does have a reasonable depth of field in that the foreground is probably, 10, 15 feet away from the camera or the viewer, while the background, this part back in here, could be 100 feet or 100 yards even. So that's why we need to incorporate these different ways of reinforcing the illusion of depth. Okay.
Doug, I have a question. Is Annie talking? Do you do small sketches or plein air studies on location?
I often will do value sketches, and I do them. Well, although I didn't do them today. But here's my little sketchbook that I do value sketches or compositions, and you can see they're about smaller than postcard size, and it's always good practice, and I do recommend it for people that are beginning to do watercolors. I find that they're very helpful because to me, doing these is the dress rehearsal for doing the final painting. Because
is that graphite? You just do it on graphite? With graphite?
That's just done with pencil. I start with the 2B pencil and I end with a 6B so that I can get the darkest dark. But you can see all of these that I've done these would be my weekly demonstrations for the most part. There's a still life. I did that one just a few weeks ago, actually. I've got it at the framer right now because I was quite happy with the way it came out. But anyway, yeah, and I made up this little plastic frame so I can quickly, put it on my paper, take my pencil, and then I'm ready to go. And I can do these in about 10 minutes, usually. Figure out what I want to paint, okay? And so, yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad you mentioned that because I do recommend people do value sketches so that they can appreciate where the lights are, where the mid values are, and where the darks are.
And do you do color studies, or you try to copy what you see, or you just invent colors?
I usually follow the photo reference as far as color is concerned. However, I've taken certain compositions that could be a fall scene, and I've turned it into a winter scene very easily too. It's just a matter of tonal values and colors that you're going to use. So I like to mix it up every once in a while. So, all right. So I got my yellow in. Now I want to come in and put in my my blue and my green. Now I have this green already made up, so I'm just going to use it for in glaze. I'm just glazing in some of the green in the background. That's all that I see. And it's going to get quite dark, however, but I want to start with the light values first again, and just work my way down. Oh, that one took on a little bit more pigment than I expected, but that's okay. going to get lighter. We're not really getting to see what kind of trees they are, although I can sort of read down here that they're coniferous. I didn't really need to go that dark, but anyway, we can live with it. It's going to take on a very, very strong suggestion anyway. Now there's this warm tree here that I'm going to try and save by doing a little negative painting around it. That's all. I always tell my students that the underpainting is so important to a transparent watercolors. I always feel like building a home, if you've got a very good foundation, there's a good chance you're going to have a very good home overall. It's going to be on solid ground. And I feel watercolor is much the same. A very good underpainting will help you to achieve a successful painting in 9 times out of 10. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to clean my brush now. And I'm going to take some of this excess pigment away. Okay. And you can see it getting lighter already as it dries. So that's the green, okay? And it's going to get darker, I know that. Now, the water is going to be next, and I'm going to now try and just pick up some Prussian blue again. And it's going to come in with a light value first of all, and then it's going to have some darker blue showing up as we go further into the composition, into the process. I will try and save a few little white diamonds along the way to suggest the white water or the rapids, if you will, that we will have. Going to get thinner here. I'm going right over those trees at this point in time. I can always lift out or scrape out the, I mean, I could paint around them, but when you paint around them, it sometimes looks a little contrived that you've actually painted around them. So I'm just going to come back in and do something like that. Now I'm going to take out a little bit of the blue right here because I just realized there's a little more white water right there. Comes around and then it tends to have some darkness right in here. And this portion here is going to become green because I've got a queen gold under painting there. So I'm okay with that turning to a little bit of green. And I'm going to have a broken edge here. I want to have a nice ragged edge to suggest the water is churning. And we're going to come back with some more suggestion of water flowing right in here as well.
You know, Doug, you sort of make me not afraid to try to paint waterfalls.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Well, you know what I said this morning, and I always turn it over, but don't turn it over too soon.
Well, I think I was always too worrying about what direction the water, and I don't know. It just seemed like,
Well, I can give you one clue that I somebody that was fairly well known in the different watercolor societies locally, and you may remember his name, Jake Mall.
oh yeah.
Jake, I took a workshop from him many years ago, and we talked about water and doing waterfalls and painting, rushing rivers, etc. And he said, always paint from the position that the water is coming towards you. He said, it's much easier to suggest water coming towards you than it is to suggest water going away from you. So always be down, looking up to the source. Okay, and I understood what he, because I tried that. I tried one day to do a waterfall from up above down, and I was having tremendous difficulty um, getting the illusion that I was looking for. This is going to be rock over here, but anyway, that so there's something that I can pass on that was provided to me. Always look up the river, not down.
Good philosophy for life too.
Yeah, keeps you out of trouble maybe. And I'm just going to come down here because it gets a little bit, going to get quite dark in this corner here. It's like a little bit of an eddy right here, and then it comes.
I was going to say that when we're suturing, we always suture toward ourselves. We never suture away from ourselves.
That's great. I'm glad that that's what my surgeons do. Surgeon, wow, also surgeon. All right.
You notice what I'm doing here. I'm not getting into the dark values in the first go. I'm still trying to keep it 1 to 3 in many. Now I know went a little darker back here. I'm beyond 3 in the greens here. I'm probably in a 4, even 5 value. But try to keep your values a little lighter in the early stages. It'll certainly have lots of opportunity to go darker. I'm going to just leave the paper right about here, about 2 inches in from the corner on the bottom. Okay, I'm not going to have this transition, this dark transition, leave right at the corner. I try to avoid doing that. And you notice, again, the ragged, broken edge. I'm not making it a nice smooth because I don't want the suggestion that this is going to be land. I want it to read as part of the water, but it's the white part of the water. That's all. Okay. Now I'm going to clean my brush again. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to pick up some of my burnt sienna, again, skim milk. And I'm going to come over and I'm just going to, again, suggest some of this land that is part of it's rocks. I'm sure most of it is rock, actually. And it comes right up to about here. I'll be supplementing this burnt sienna with a little bit of coolness as well, because there could be some cash. Well, there are cash shadows. I see them that I'll want to bring in as well. You're seeing a little bit of pigment and water sort of puddling right in here, or pooling right in here, I should say, which is indicative of what you do with 140-pound cold brush. You're going to get some buckling, but I have lots of time to work that over and get it right. Now I'm going to come back, and I'm going to come back here into the far shoreline and create again some additional value for the rocks that are forming on this side. And I'm using probably a 2% to buttermilk consistency now to get a few harder edges right in here. And I just want the illusion that the sun is hitting portions of this rock. And then other portions are in strong shadow. And as I go back now, I'm just going to take my burnt sienna. I got a blank spot over here, and I'm going to add a little bit of I'll use a little bit of this gray here. What I'm doing now is actually cooling off the burnt sienna. I better.
Cooling it off with the blue, right?
Actually going to cool it off with a little bit of violet.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so I've used a little carmine, and because the blue might have an opportunity of making it more green, but I want this rockery back here, and I'm going to build it up a little bit right in here. I want it to look cooler, but I want burnt sienna to still come through in a subtle way. And then this shape gets quite small as it goes back. But I am going to interrupt the shapes a little bit to suggest that the trees are not cut evenly along there. Actually, I'm going to go a little wider right in here. This green is still a little damp, so I'm getting some nice playing of the colors right in here too. Here's where I can do a little bit of negative painting as well, to suggest, again, coniferous trees. I was doing a workshop one day, and I was talking about coniferous trees, and my wife was in, and she interrupted me, and she said, "They're not meat-eating trees. They're not carnivorous. They're coniferous." And so I'm very sensitive to that now. So here's a little bit of again, a little bit of negative painting to suggest some coniferous trees. And as I go back further, of course, the illusion of depth is going to be reinforced by the fact I'm using a lot of soft edges and less detail. I just put that in there like that. Okay. getting a few little hard edges here, but that's okay. Okay. Now it's going to get quite a bit darker near the base of these trees because the sunlight just can't get to it. So, all right. Now I'll use a little bit more of the blue in here. Oh, see, there's my green. So I'm going to try and neutralize the green by adding some red, but that was too much. So I'm going to come back to just a little bit blue right in here because I want this, the rocks here now to take on a stronger shadow. So again, because the water's coming down, splashing up against the rocks, it's going to suggest that the rocks are wet and they're going to read as a much darker shape. Light on top, dark near the water's edge. Good. Now I'm telling the viewer, oh, it's sunny day. Look at the sun hitting the top of those rocks. Okay. We will do some more over here too, but I'm not going to do them just yet. I think what I want to do now is work my way down into the water. So I'm going to again pick up some very pale blue, and there's actually some darkness coming on right in here.
You still mostly Prussian, straight Prussian blue?
Yeah, it's it may have a little contamination of a little carmine in there, but for the most part, it's the blue. Yeah. At some point, you do get a little contamination going on when you're using as much water as I'm using anyway. I'm going to go a little darker here because I want some nice soft transition from the light blue into the dark blue in a few spots here. You can see the soft transition I'm getting here too. Now there's a very nice strong dark shape right in here that I want to of water. And now here's where the underpainting, the Queen Gold underpainting I put in here. This is where it becomes important because that's something you can't really effectively add later on and make it believable. That's why the underpainting sort of needs that little bit of Queen Gold in there. It may not show up. It may not show up in a very dominant way, but subconsciously, I believe you'll see it much stronger. Okay. Now there's a lot of churning going on there, so I'm happy with that. And now we're going to come back, and I'm okay if this is still, the shoreline is still damp here, and we're getting a little bit of playing of the warmth of the rocks and even the green, and playing with the dark blue of the water. I'm okay with that. Because it's way back there anyway. This is still, I'm going to say it's still skim milk to probably skim milk to 2% consistency. All lactose free too.
That's good to know. Yes.
It's going to be a strong contrast right about here between dark cool and warm light. There's a tree there, so now the one thing I can do, I've got my 1-inch brush with a chisel end. I can suggest by scraping too. I don't know how effective it's going to be, but I can scrape out when it's the right wetness or dryness, that is. There we go. That looks a little dark there, but okay. I'm trying to read the tonal values in my composition, in my photo reference to try and get them to just read properly. Now there's a little bit of white water right in here that I've sort of lost. So I'm going to just lift out with my tissue a little bit right there. Now, although that's probably right now about a 3 value, I think it'll dry to maybe a 2. And if I go darker with the shapes on either side of it, it'll actually try and read as even lighter than a 2. It won't read as a 1 because the only one I've got is down in here right now. But I will gradually start to add a little more pigment to my consistency as I go here. Here's what I'm referring to right here. And I'm still getting some nice soft texture transitions going on here. Okay, now we're going to come over on this side and put in some darkness right in here too. I'm just going to take my spritzer, getting a little low on water. Just give it, no, I'm going to use my atomizer. I have a dollar store spritzer, but I have this little atomizer that gives me a kind of a much finer mist, and it creates sort of the texture that I'm looking for. Now we're going to come down in here and again put in. I'm just using the corner of my brush again, so you notice how I'm sort of able to keep it more of a spontaneous brush stroke that way. And just coming back and forth. to keep this water's edge a bit ragged as well. I don't want it to look like somebody has put up a concrete curb there in any way, because I mean it wouldn't look right in this setting. I mean, it's a forest, so it's going to be wild. Okay, that's a little bit too dark, so just going to add a little water to it. But before this dries, I'm going to add a little bit of green to it as well. Maybe even just add some queen gold will help to suggest a little bit of green reflection like I have going to have right in here. Down here is where it sort of pools into a little bay here in the river. I'm just leaving a few of these little white diamonds along here too, because that helps to create a little bit of a churning action within this river.
At this stage, Doug, could you almost not refer to your reference?
Not look at my reference?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, you can. You can. And quite frankly, I will sometimes leave my reference photo if I see something else happening here that I quite like, and I want to maintain that. I keep going back to my reference more for tonal values than anything, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where it gets a little darker right in here too, along the edge here. Remember, this is rocks here, so I'm going to maybe suggest a few little harder edges right in here too. Here's where it gets a little darker before it gets to the white water above it. I'm going to make that just a little more dramatic right there. Yeah. And I'm going to just give it a little squirt right in here just to, again, lose some of these hard edges right there. Now I'm going to clean my brush, and I'm going to come back with a little bit of queen gold now in my brush. And I'm just going to let the green, or the queen gold, I should say, play with the Prussian blue to create the green. I could have added green too, but I like to use the pure color too. Again, I'm repeating myself, but this is where I believe one of the greatest virtues of watercolor is for that to happen, for the yellow and the blue to play on paper to create this this third color. Yeah. And the other aspect is what I've done here. By doing that, you see, I've warmed up the water here, but it's still cooler back here. And that's, again, the illusion of depth. Warms advance, cools recede. All right, now I'm going to clean my brush, and I'm going to just come back with, oops, I didn't clean it well enough. You don't see it because it's off the screen here, but I had my quin gold got a little contaminated there. So I think maybe I'll switch to my mop brush now. If I can grab it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to suggest some slightly darker queen gold in here into this water. So it's taking on perhaps a 2% consistency right here. And I've got some of it still happening back in here too. Now, before that dries, I'm going to come in with a little bit of my blue again and let those play again in here. Just let those colors do their thing. Now, there's quite a valley in the paper right here that I'll have to work on. I think you can see it. It's right there. And I'll use a damp, thirsty brush to clean that up a little bit. It's got a nice little foamy edge to it, the water right here. So I'm going to try and keep that. Okay. Now I'm going to clean my brush and I'm going to turn my brush into a vacuum. And that's the beauty of these mop brushes because they do soak up a lot of pigment and water. You can see how this is. I'm just using the edge of my brush too to take up that excess. Now, if you're using 300-pound paper, there's probably not a strong issue, but now I'm going to go just with tissue now and create some additional lighter tonal values with tissue. Okay. I'm going to come back, and it's a little wet right now, but I want to add some splatter to this area as well. So, but I'll do that in a minute. I'm going to come back with some 2% homogenized consistency right in here. Because it is getting quite a bit lighter. And I do want the strong contrast between the white water and the darkest portion of the river. You can see how much lighter it became. And this is something that watercolors have to do. They have to continue to monitor the tone value. Again, Edgar Whitney, if the tone value looks right when it's wet, then it's wrong. I'm going to bring that right around here like that too. So this is taking me a little longer because I'm using a smaller brush, but anyway. Go a little darker back up in here too. And we'll just do a little bit of streams of the water coming down too. Yeah, I'm just going to give it a little squirt just so I can lose some of that hard edge. And going to get dark right in here. If the blue isn't quite dark enough, you can add a little bit of carmine to it. And that will help it moves it to more of a violet. But at the same time, it'll take the value from sort of 8 to 9, which is sort of what you want anyway, at times. I want this to move up. I want a little bit of music right here. So I'm just gonna bring it down like that. Yeah. I keep referring to music. Edgar Whitney always used musical terms to describe brushwork, etc. And I like to do the same. I like to refer to the different, harmony, and he talks about chords, major chords, minor chords, of tonal value.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And it's coming back with a little bit of mid value right in here too. And I'm going to give this a little spray because again, it's near the edge and I don't like too many hard exits. Hard exit would be where a hard edge shape leaves the paper. And so I try to minimize my exits. And we're going to come down here and I'm just going to suggest some just daubing the paper now with this type of brush stroke. I said I wanted to create a little bit of a movement within this shape here, so it's still going to read as white water, but it's got a little bit of green in it. That's all. So. You can tell that this is still damp here. So that I was going to do a little splatter, but I tend to be achieving this splatter by just using the end of my brush here. just going to lose that diamond right there too. Okay. Now I'm going to take my atomizer and I'm going to lose these hard edges here just with a little fine mist. Right there too. I'm going to come back with a slightly darker blue right in here. And this got, you can see how much lighter this got in here. So I'm just going to add more pigment and water. And this is pretty much just pure Prussian blue now. Glazing is, for those that aren't familiar, glazing is the old English style way of painting watercolor. People before that, I guess, and I'm not sure who they were, could have been the Egyptians, didn't use glazing so much, but the British they figured out that you could put a layer down and then put another layer on top and effectively get a different color, different value by doing that. And then that's why I like to glaze. Those who do acrylics sometimes will, especially fluid acrylics, will do glazing too.
Now, are there certain pigments that you just can't glaze with, like an opaque pigment?
Well, yeah, I don't use cadmiums, for instance, because cadmiums are more opaque. That cobalt turquoise light I used this morning was opaque or fairly opaque. Naples yellow is notorious for being opaque. If I had Naples yellow, I wouldn't even put it with my other pigments because it would just make my pigments go milky, not unlike gouache does. So I use gouache the odd time too, but I keep it in a separate container. And the odd time I will use gouache, but as you probably know, certain societies frown on any opaque water-based pigment like gouache. They want people to use transparent watercolors where possible, and so that's why I try and stay away from it. I know the CSPWC allow 10% what they call body color gouache, if you will, and I don't know who measures. I don't know who measures. I'm just splattering in some burnt sienna here.
Yeah, I think TWS has a similar rule, although someone that's been around longer.
Well, I know the Royal Watercolor Society will not allow any gouache, 0%. There's zero tolerance there. So anyway, I tried to get that effect that I'm not sure I achieved it yet, but I may work on that a bit more. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back and go back and make the trees back here just a little darker. So I got my green. And I'm just going to glaze again some more some more value back here. And before that green gets dry, I can go in and splash in a little bit of burnt sienna as well. There's that tree that had a little bit of warmth coming out of it, so.
Excuse me.
Remember how dark those rocks were? Look how light they became. So I probably have to go back and hit them one more time with a darker tonal value, glazing and just a little bit more value, that's all. I got this green, so I may as well use it up. I'm going to come over here and I'm just using the edge of my brush right now. So again, it's all abstract back here for the most part. You'll get the idea that they're trees, I'm sure, but I'm just trying to keep it fairly abstract as I go back here. Okay. We sort of, I'm just going to bring a little bit of red into this green here. And that way I can get black. Because there are some really strong darks along the edge here too. And that's essentially how I make my black. A lot of times I'll take my cool or whatever green I've mixed up, and then I make mix in my cool red, and of course they're complements, and they will gray out and become a number 9 value, which I'm looking for. Okay. Going to get dark down here. Now, if I want to suggest some branches, I can take my key card or my Visa card or something like that, and I can just do a little scraping before the pigment gets dry. And I do that quite a bit. I'll just scrape out some suggestions and then maybe some branches as well. And I'm going to come back with my my mop brush now and hit the bottom of these rocks a bit more, just to again enhance the shadows, so that we see a strong variety of tonal values. That's all. And again, the mantle stage, which I talked about earlier, is why it's so important to go back after you've painted the painting and you look at it with fresh eyes. And sometimes you can look at it the next day. You don't have to look at it the same day. and realize, oh yeah, for instance, you see that little bit white shape right there? To me, it's too strong and it's near the edge of the paper. So I would go and put a glaze, maybe a lighter or a mid value on that, just to ensure that it doesn't grab my eye. I'm just going to come back here because I want to see some little bit of movement in the water right in here too. Not unlike what I see in my photo reference. So and I'm going to go a little darker in here again. You see, this is about the third time I've come back here with this this dark blue. Still getting some nice soft textures there too, which is quite nice. So get to know your consistencies, but also get to know how wet or dry your paper is and be conscious of it throughout the process. That's why plein air painters, I admire plein air painting because you're for the most part, you're battling the elements when you're outdoors trying to paint a watercolor, especially if you're in bright sunlight. So you always want to find some shade anyway. But even a breezy day can be very difficult for the. I'm going to try some of this. A breezy day can be somewhat difficult for a plein air painter too, because the paper's drying and it's maybe drying a lot faster than you want it to. So I'm just going to give this a little spray here, just so it's not too harsh as it leaves the page. Of course, I made a little valley here, so I gotta clean that up. So I guess we're it's coming on to 1:45. I guess we're doing about right. Are you watching? Are you watching for me?
We're watching, yes, and we're painting and we're, yes, amazed.
Yeah.
So are you within you do your paintings in an hour and a half, so you're
Well, hour and a quarter typically.
an hour and a
But
quarter. Okay, so you're,
what time did I start back? Around 1:45,
yeah, yeah,
or a little before maybe?
a little before, yeah. And you're at
Yeah.
1:45, so you know, you've got,
Yeah, we're coming up to it. Yeah, the one thing I haven't done was do anything with this foreground here. So I'm just going to come in with a little bit of shadow to suggest some, again, some suggestion of the rocks, sunlight hitting the rocks. There are cast shadows from some of these trees here too. So. And I can do a little splatter in here too, just to create a little bit of filler. But I don't really need to make this, again, we don't have to have it as a busy corner. Now I'm going to take some of this gray that I had made up. I'm going to take my my maul stick. Yeah, I gotta use some more of that. Trying to get and I'm just going to come in and put a little bit of a shadow on the left side of these trees here. Okay. I unfortunately still don't have the same dexterity, I guess, that I used to have. But I mean, I was always a pretty loose painter anyway. I never worried if I painted outside the lines. But nevertheless, uh, losing that dexterity didn't help. But that's life.
Yeah, I would think it would be very frustrating.
Yeah, well, it can be. But I've grown to use my maul stick. I've done a few live workshops and with an easel, um, and I tend to be able to use my maul stick to help me through it. But I'm just trying to make a little bit of stuff happening here to finish it off. That's all. There's a nice contrast of values though between the shore here and the water. So I want to maintain that if I can. Yeah, that's not bad. And again, just a little bit of splatter. I usually splatter in the immediate foreground. I don't like to have splatter happening up into the midground or background. I'm just going to connect these two right here. A little bit right there. Yeah. I'm going to take my scraper and I'm going to just do a little bit of lifting out some mid value again, right in here. This happens to be an old Tim's card, so I'm sure I've used it all up.
It's very Canadian of you.
Yes, very much so. I'm just going to scrape out a little bit of a transition right in here too. Got a little bit too hard edge, but I kind of like that. It almost feels like there's a little bit of a wave almost action because it's so much darker here, creating a little bit of a darker shadow. So kind of like that. And that's a happy accident. That one is. I'm just going to create a little bit of texture back here again with the corner of my my key card. A little bit of activity, that's all. All right. Well, I think we're able to do this in about an hour, maybe a little more than an hour. But I'm still going to look at it at mantle stage and decide, does it need anything more? Does it need maybe it may need a few edges cleaned up that they may be too hard. But certainly this portion of the water is very strong, which I'm happy with. This is very strong tonal value wise as well. But again, the rule of thirds, you see where that's located. If it were dead center, maybe not so much. It wouldn't work as much for me. I am going to do a little bit of wave action right in here, because I see that in my composition. And I don't know if you can see that, but anyway, yeah.
Wow.
We have different ways of creating, lifting out, whether it be tissue. Sometimes it's your fingernail too. Fingernails come in handy every once in a while.
Really tough on a good manicure, though, I tell you.
Oh, my wife would never want that to happen to her. But no, it's I'm just making up some more black here, because as it dries, I can see opportunity to go in and just, as I say, just get those tonal values right. Focus on tonal values. Yeah. I'm going to bring this guy down just a little bit right there. I like to interrupt shapes too. I don't want shapes going on forever. I call them caterpillars. When they keep going and that becomes very distracting. So I like to interrupt them. But the strongest part of the background there is, of course, now is this sunlit bank. So we got, but this is very strong, this is strong, and this is strong. Yeah. And you can see how passive this, even this edge is now. It's not really grabbing your attention. The strongest contrasts in value is where you're going to attract the viewer, okay? And once you attract the viewer, you want them to stay and enjoy the painting. That's why we put up edge block or visual speed bumps, as I like to call them, so that we keep the viewer in, okay? Yeah. It may need just a little bit more, but I don't really think it's going to be much. I'm just putting a little bit of darkness right in here too. Okay. The feeling that water's coming down, rushing down right in there. Yeah. And I think it feels like it's moving, and that's what you want. So
Yeah. Oh, it looks
okay.
You sort of slipped in all that sunlight without us even like noticing.
Here?
No, on the birch trees, like all of a sudden that's all lit up.
Yeah, I had to work on it. Now, if you want, and people have done this, I've done this. I've taken different widths of masking tape and put over them, if you want, for birch trees.
Yeah.
Or you could have struggled like I did today. But putting masking tape on is also a good way to again put a resist down if we need to save the white of the paper.
Yeah, I lost my birch trees.
But there's one thing I wanted to do. I wanted to take just a little bit of, just a hint of burnt sienna and just soften that. You see, even that helps to slow the viewer from leaving. because if I had a steady state of almost #1 value leaving, there's a good chance that they'll go out and that'll be the exit they'll use to leave. So I've softened their movement out of the painting.
Interesting.
All right. Well, I'm just going to keep playing if you guys keep listening.
No, you keep playing, and then at some point we'll check in on, we'll do our show and tell again.
Okay.
Get people
let
to
me
be brave.
let me put mine down and I'll just dry it though.
Yeah, no, you do
because
connect.
it's quite wet. So
Thing is, your comments on people's works are also just so helpful. Like just
oh, good. Yeah. I always think it's an important part of the day. And when I do a workshop, a daily workshop that might start at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock and go to about 3 to 4. I usually spend the last half hour to 45 minutes critiquing the work, and people are happy to bring their paintings up, and I'm pretty gentle because I know how difficult the medium is or can be, and my view is I'm not going to destroy somebody or have them leave this amazing medium just because I'm harsh perhaps with the critique. That's not right. I do point out what I used to say, I'll point out the good, the bad, and the ugly.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, I don't say that. I say I'll point out the good, the bad, and then they'll finish it and say the ugly. And I say, no, the opportunities for improvement.
Oh yeah.
So, and I do. I like to say, okay, I think it could be better if, if
Yeah.
you did this or if you left this out. And that way, they can still recover. They can still, they choose to, they can still do what I'm suggesting. And so that's always been my approach anyway. So I'll just finish drawing this.
I always like it. Like sometimes someone will say, I like what's working here. And I find that that's what I do. I'll look and I'll go, okay, I'm not really crazy, but over here, gee, it worked really nicely here. So questions, people? I mean, you could even unmute yourself and ask a question. We don't seem to, I mean, there must be some questions.
Doug, it's Laura. Can I ask, when I first looked at these pictures, I didn't think they would be good pictures. You know what I mean? So just, I don't know why, just like maybe there's too many rocks in it that I was thinking, but like the composition of them is really quite nice when we actually paint them out. So I guess how do you think about your picture? Are you thinking about the rule of thirds a little bit when you do your photographs, maybe?
I'm sorry, that question was directed to me.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Would you repeat it?
Yeah. Like when I first looked at the studies, the photographs, I was thinking, wow, that doesn't look like I would pick that as a painting, And but now that we're painting it, wow, it's really interesting and they look great. So I'm wondering, do you think it's when you're choosing your site, are you thinking the rule of thirds kind of a little bit in your photographs?
I always try and find a center of interest
Right.
in all my compositions, but I also look for a lot of contrast of tonal values. I'd
Tonal
like to
values.
see
Okay.
I like to
Yeah.
see the lightest lights and the darkest darks in any composition.
Uh-huh.
Mind you, having said that, I have done nocturnes too, and I find nocturnes very moody and beautiful. But it's a good question. When I select, okay, might be out walking with my iPhone and I'll see a composition like it could be just an old country road with it could be an autumn scene, and I see some beautiful light coming through, streaming through. Could be dappled light, something of that nature. But if the light is strong and the shadows are strong, I'm usually looking at painting it at some point. Yeah.
That's good.
And I look for interesting shapes, like crashing, a crashing. Well, I can show you one I'm going to be doing next week. And this is one that from a photograph that our friends, they were just down in Barbados. And it's somewhat peaceful in that there's a dominance of horizontal shapes.
Oh,
But
wow.
what I like about it is the different temperatures of blue. So I could use French ultramarine or cobalt in the sky, but I'll use more of a turquoise in the shallow water. And I like doing that, but I got some nice rocks over and cliffs over in the, but I have all the seaweed in the foreground. I'm probably going to take out some of the seaweed, but I like the seaweed on the sandy beach. I think that creates a nice image as well. And I got some clouds, so I'm going to do that next week. So that'll be fun to do that.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm always looking for interesting compositions. That's for sure.
Doug,
Yes.
thank you very much for that demonstration. I really learned a lot, and I marvel at when you were painting and we're looking at the water and the green swath coming up in between the two dark blues. As you're laying in the colors and that and going back and lifting it, it's still wet. And I'm going, mine dried. Like, was I not putting enough water on or whatever? It's amazing how you're able to go back and the colors just diffuse beautifully.
I put a lot of water down. There's no
Okay.
question. And you will be able to determine how wet or dry the paper is just by putting a brush stroke down, or putting an underpainting down, and then applying maybe the same color but a little thicker consistency over top. And if you see you're getting hard edges, then you know your paper is getting dry. And if you want soft textures, if you want soft transitions, then you're going to have to maybe keep your paper or work a little faster to keep your paper damp. That's all.
Hey,
But
you were moving very fast. It was hard to keep up with you.
well,
So,
yeah, I tend to be, but that's always been my style, though, is to be
yeah.
loose and spontaneous. And there are artists out there that can paint a beautiful full sheet in a half hour. The one that comes to mind, he's no longer with us, is Tony Only from British Columbia. But if you Google his name, Tony Only, and see
Okay.
just the few brush strokes, really, but he used a big brush. But he would get in and he would do what he wanted to do, and he would be finished. And I always marveled at how quickly he could do that. But there are other watercolors locally that are quite quick and spontaneous as too. But and that's what I'm looking for in a painting.
Okay.
I'm curious to know, Doug, about how you decide which elements to exclude. So for me, when I looked at it originally, I would have picked out some leaves in the
Sorry,
front.
you broke up
but
there.
I'm
I
curious-
just you
Yeah.
broke up a bit there.
Yes. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, you said something about which elements.
The leaves in the front.
Oh, yeah.
So I was curious to know how you chose to exclude them, or maybe some of the thought process behind what you include or exclude.
I try to always minimize my painting of what I see, because the photographs tells you a tremendous amount of information. But if you can take that photograph and just merely squint, or if you're outdoors and you see this beautiful scene in front of you, there's a lot of information there. and I merely squint and just close my eyes a little bit to eliminate the detail. All I want to see are the big shapes, and I want to see tonal values. I don't necessarily want to see color. I just want to see the big shapes and how do those shapes move throughout the painting, because it's those shapes that create the music, you know, within your final composition. So I don't know if I've answered it properly, but I try to eliminate detail, not think about all of the little bits and pieces that, you know, the twigs. I didn't even put the twigs in that are overlapped or coming across here. I could have, but and I may still do that, but they're not terribly important to the painting. I always say I want to give the viewer a short story, not a novel.
Doug, I am very admiring the fact that you were after stroke, that affected your left hand, and you became artist that show us how to make painting. I got myself a stroke. I was a right-handed artist, and I became now left-handed artist.
Okay. Yeah, it's you know, I feel very fortunate that I had a hobby, which is a hobby. It never became my full-time job, but I always had it in the background. And I'm thankful that I had it and that I taught for so many years, because um, becoming somewhat debilitated from the stroke allowed me to continue doing what I'm doing, and I appreciate the opportunity. And in fact, for the last probably year and a half, I have actually gone back to the hospital and to the rehab unit of the hospital here in Hamilton. And I've actually done demonstrations for their staff, the rehab staff. And I feel very good about giving back to these people that helped me so much over the last 2 years.
Well, just so you know, too, many signs up for every online workshop that we give. Since I've been coordinating workshops the last couple of years, and at first I didn't know who Many was, and then I think you were at one live one where it was in person. But every time I have a workshop, I know that Many's going to sign up, and I just always think that's so great, because we'd miss you if you didn't sign up, Many.
I found that being an artist, it's mainly in the head, not in the hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I quite agree with what you said. It's you know, taking those feelings that you have about art and actually being able to um, send that message to other people to me has been very gratifying. I enjoy teaching and telling people how I do it. I feel very good about being able to do that. And I get great pleasure out of sitting at a painting. And people have asked me, I don't know how many times over the years, what's your favorite watercolor? I'll say, and I've always said this, it's my next one. That's my favorite.
That's good.
Yeah. Any
Are we ready
questions?
to do some show and tell?
Sure. I like to see these rushing rivers coming down.
All right, everybody, who's brave? Go ahead.
Who wants
I'll
to
put mine
start?
up.
Okay, I'm going in the order I see you, so I don't lose anybody. I start with Anne. Give me a moment, please. There.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Very nice. Very good. Very good.
Yes. Wow.
Okay, now yeah, I'm seeing some nice different textures. The background again, you got some nice soft textures working. And you even have soft textures in the water, but you've also got some hard edges too, which will attract attention. And it reads as a river that's moving, and that's the illusion that you want to maintain. So that's good. Yeah.
I don't know how it looks to you, but on my screen, you really can't see the yellows. All my lovely yellows in here. Disappear.
Not terribly strong. I see some maybe yellow, green, gray in here.
All these bits where my yellow shows through and through here, and this is quite yellow and green, so I guess it's just the way my camera's set up.
Maybe it doesn't read as yellow green. No, not like the background. The background's very strong.
Yeah, well, it is. It's in here. It's actually this sort of color. So I don't know why, but anyway, it's there. No, I really enjoyed this. Thank you.
Oh, good. No, that's nice work. Yeah, for sure. And what I like to ensure that people take away from this is not paint by number.
Right.
This is paint by layer. Paint by layers. We're putting a very light value, skim milk consistency down first, and we're gradually building it up to include all the dark values at the end. And some of these dark values are very opaque, like the white of the paper cannot come through because you filtered out that light so much it can't come through. But the beauty of it is it's the white of the paper that makes the painting. And that's what the English figured out many years ago about watercolors, and that's why watercolors are so strong in the UK.
Yeah, that's lovely. I have to say that I've always, people say they struggle with their watercolors being too pale, and I've always jumped right in there, and I think that I struggle with getting the light bits light enough. I tend to paint very juicy, vibrant colors. So this was a bit of having your scale of values was very helpful. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, if you can, I had these little scales. They're almost the size of a long bookmark, but I had them made up by my local printer a few years ago, and I think I'm down to about my last dozen. But I used to hand them out to every workshop, and that way people knew right at the beginning what I'm looking for. I'm looking for tonal values. So
one of the first workshops I ever did, we actually had to paint our own, and that really focuses the mind.
Well, interesting you say that. I took art in high school, and my grade 9 art teacher was the first one to get us to do value scales, starting with white, and then we would put a light gray, and then on the next one we put a light, slightly darker. And I thought, oh my God, I got to do a whole. You mean I've got to do a whole year of this? I wanted to paint. I wanted to do it, and I think back, and I'm thinking, that is the lesson that everybody should learn, is how to do appreciate tonal values. Yeah. So who we got here? This is KJ.
Yeah.
Very strong, very painterly. In that, what I mean by painterly, color and form are dominant. Okay. The movement, the music is very strong. What I might suggest is that
At some point, I might have tuned into the page.
Here comes the but. Instead of having such a hard edge between the darkest darks and the lightest lights in the water, I would probably suggest a softer transition in some of them, especially the ones on the outer rim of the painting. Okay. when you get inside that 1/3, the rule of third, then you can have more hard edges showing up. But I'm finding that there's just a little bit too much of a hard transition between the white and the black, if you will. Okay. Now, if I don't know if you can see mine, but for instance, I lost a lot of my #1 value eventually, but it's lighter, but it's not #1. You've maintained #1, which I applaud. But even you see some of these transitions from, yeah, thank you. Transition from that dark to here, you can see how it's broken up and that it's not a harsh transition. It goes from sort of 9 to 8 to 7 to 6, you see, into the lighter value. But with yours, I'm seeing more hard edge. Now, what and all it takes is a brush that's got a good snap to it. Like my for instance, my 1/2-inch flat brush. If I dampen that, and then take the excess water out, and I come and I just scrub the edges in a few spots, and then blot it with tissue. Just blot it with tissue. You'll get soft edges on a painting. I'm talking on a piece of paper that's already dry. You could re-wet if it's completely dry. You can re-wet certain portions of the edge of those shapes and let the water sink in a little bit, and then do a scrubbing, and it'll scrub it out a little easier. I'm just looking for a softer transition. Okay, that's all. But as far as movement, you've got great movement in your painting. There's no question. It's very strong.
Okay. Who's next? In my screen is Doug.
Oh,
That's
nice.
that's coming through.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's nice. So again, I like the different textures you've created there. Very abstract in the background, in the trees. The rocks look very nice, and there's nice movement again in the water as well. You have that opportunity of going a little darker in the dark blues if you wanted to in the water, or when I say blue, I don't mean blue. I mean sort of a dark gray charcoal blue, like almost an indigo look. But it's really got nice movement, and yeah, you got some nice soft transitions there in the shapes as well. I wasn't really trying to get my water, the light part of my water, to look like an island, and that's why I adjusted the not only the tonal value, but also the edge of it to make it look like it was water that was churning, you see. And that's important. So you want to make sure that that shape looks like water, not like land. That's all.
Right.
And I think it all has to do with, again, the edge of that shape and the texture and how you treat them, you know. Because as I say, it almost looks like this has got a little bit of a wave action, because when I went dark here, it almost looks like that became the underside of a wave. But not that I was really looking to do that, but it just happened to show up that way. But again, I like the overall feel of the painting as far as its music is concerned.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Everybody
You're
else-
welcome, Doug.
I don't like this pattern. Oh, no.
Okay.
Who's next?
Who's next? Is Sally.
Yay, okay.
Yay, Sally.
I don't know. I can't get mine like that. Woo.
Nice, Sally. Very nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Sally, you've created
My cam-
you
There we go.
created some very nice whitewater, and it feels like it's moving very quickly. I like that little bit of warmth you put in there. I don't know, it almost looks like there's a little doggy sitting on a log there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it's not.
The goat.
But
my camera keeps moving, so I'm trying to move to, okay, where, at the top, at the bottom, where's the dog?
It's in the middle,
Oh, okay.
on the middle on the right.
Oh,
Middle
yeah.
one.
I think it's a terrier.
Okay, here?
It's got
There?
big ears. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, I'm
Supposed to
kidding.
be a rock. My
I'm
camera
kidding.
keeps
Hey,
refocusing. I'm sorry.
no, I'm kidding. I like that. I like the warmth you put in there too, because it does look like a tip of a rock,
Yeah.
and the water is gushing all around it. So that's very strong. And you look at your background. Your background is not trying to steal the show. It's saying, "Hey, don't look at me. Look at the white water in front." And you saved a good amount of white water. So well done. Did you use gouache at all?
I know what I did for part of it. I used a white crayon. In to just keep some little splattery things. And
Good. No, I can see it. Almost looks like it almost looks like, if you excuse the expression, it almost looks like an acrylic.
I
But
wonder if I'm an acrylic painter, basically. I don't know.
well, if you paint watercolors this well, I would stay with watercolor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean,
Thank you.
I do acrylics too. Don't get me wrong. It's a water base, and I like doing it. But that is very effective. You did a nice job with your tonal values.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one. Who is ready? Shan. Okay.
Okay.
I feel better about the first one I did. Yeah.
Well, you've got a very strong sunlight coming through, which I like. There's a I can see the movement in the water. There's a very strong movement there. I may have minimized the background a little bit. I might have suggested you glaze a darker, sort of greenish, dark green, drabby green in the trees at the back, so that it's not, well, if you look at the left side of the background, you
Yes.
see in the very up in the corner there, you see how
Yeah.
dark it is and how muted it is. Well, I
Yeah.
would probably carry some of that right across the back,
Okay.
let the sunlight hit those rocks, mind you, on the right. I think that's strong.
Okay.
But I don't think you need to have that shape compete with the midground and the foreground shapes.
Okay.
So not everything has to be in the spotlight is the what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
But I like I like your textures. You've got a lot of soft textures there. I can see that, and I like the warm and the cool are playing together quite nicely as well. The warm rocks and the cool water tend to be very effective as well. So,
Thank you.
okay, very nice.
Next one, Monica.
Okay. The water doesn't really suggest a lot of movement. It doesn't have that strong flow, and it could probably, what's happening on the right hand side there is you have a lot of white and mid gray shape that it forms almost a rectangle of sorts on an angle, and I'm not sure if that is maybe slowing down the river from leaving. That's all. I don't know if I really described that properly, but on the right-hand side, that shape that has some burnt sienna in it, and then above it is white and mid-gray. I'm not sure that that shape is really working, especially the
Okay.
top part of it. I don't mind the bottom part where it leaves the bottom of the page, because that looks, that looks reasonable. But the top part almost looks like it could be part of a, I don't know, a rock of sorts. And I think if you carried the dark value of the river right off the page there, I think it would read better. It would probably read as a slow moving river, but it would still read as a river. But this shape on the, I can't point to it but it's in the middle of, on the far right is what I'm referring to. Yeah, there. And if you made that dark, like the other darks you have there, if you made it all dark, I think it would read much better. Because that shape wants to actually stop the river from going further. Okay. But
Okay.
but you got some other nice stuff going on there. In the background, you got some interesting foliage with coniferous trees, and even in the foreground, you'll have to do a little bit of painting inside those trees, though, because it looks like you've maybe stopped. You haven't finished the painting there. It needs
Uh-huh.
a
In
little bit of,
between this one.
yeah, in between those
Yeah.
trees there. Needs maybe some dark value, and maybe a bit more burnt sienna or something in there, because my eye gets drawn to that immediately. So, but the if you do that, I think you've got a painting that's going to work quite well.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Beth,
Got a couple more here. Eh?
I went a little wild, but there you go.
Okay. Oh, nice movement there. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm looking for the source of the river.
Yeah.
Did you put the source
Well,
inside?
yeah.
Because my source came from outside the left, but I'm reading it almost, because you have a very strong oblique of white water coming down, and it almost looks like the source coming from about a third of the way in from the left at the back.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right about there.
Yeah. You're
Okay.
right. I
Oh,
sort of lost the river in here, I think.
well, it's okay. The river is going to get wider there.
Mhm.
What you may have to do is just reinforce the darks just a little bit more back there, or do something to say, here's where the river is coming from. Okay.
Mm.
And I got the sense you did change the location. I'm okay with that. I mean, that to me, that's artist license to change things, and I'm okay with that. In fact, the river could have come from the far right and made a bend and come in, but we don't see it
That's
it
right.
bending. But
There's
the
ducks back
illusion
here.
the illusion is okay. I think it needs some more dark back there to say, here's where the river's coming from,
Yeah.
because I do read that as and I like the textures you've achieved there, Beth. I think that works quite well. I like the foreground too. I like how the soft textures you have in the foreground. Like you're just creating something that says, oh, the sunlight's hitting stuff, but it's not necessarily defining it terribly. So and there's good consistency in your painting from a brushstroke point of view. Okay. It's very, I said it earlier, very painterly. Yeah. Good.
Thank you. All right.
Nice.
okay.
Oh, Joey.
Doreen,
Yeah.
There we go. All right. All
Ooh.
right. Okay. That's, yeah, I can see it now. Okay. And this belongs to Doreen. Well, Doreen, what you did was you brought the background a little closer to the viewer, which is fine. I'm okay with that if it works to do that. So you made the river just a little narrower. That's all for that illusion. What I'm looking for is that river to feel like it's moving, and you've done that. You've created that. Um, you you could have gone with a few more 8 and 9 values, perhaps in the river. That would it wouldn't harm it if you did, especially a little darker on the far left as it comes into the painting. Have some darks, and then not to say that it's all dark, but more darks, and then have it move down into a maybe a stronger shape into the uh, middle of the painting, and then even a little bit out, because that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to have some darks back there, but I wanted to show that those dark shapes got bigger as they came down into the painting, and that feels good. And as it's coming down, it could look like it's doing almost doing the stairs. It's not a smooth run. It's a little bit of bumpiness going on, and a little bit more music that way. But no, it's got some very nice textures in it. So good job on that. Yeah.
Okay, next, who's ready?
We are, Laura and Ruth.
Okay.
I lost my tree, so I made it brown.
You lost what?
The tree, so I made it brown.
Oh, okay. That's all right. We'll let you get away with that today. Okay. There's a little bit of a disconnect, I think, with the flow of the water. The left side for about 2/3 of the left side of the painting has a river that's quite dark, and then it almost feels like it smooths out to on the remaining third on the right.
In
Smooths
here?
out to
In
yeah,
here?
it
It
yeah, it
needs to come
doesn't
more down somewhat?
yeah, it doesn't seem to
This part
read.
needs to connect more to here?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
above it too. It looks like you've got rushing water on the left, and then very still water on the far right at the
Like
back.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
This should be more watery.
Pardon?
More wavy, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. It sort of it has, from a perspective point of view, it doesn't sort of read as proper. I want to see that river coming down and sort of crashing all the way down. It's not
Right.
slowing
So
down.
this whole area should be more watery. More
Yeah,
watery.
more
here.
dark.
Yeah.
More, I would say darker,
Darker
darker,
in here. Yeah.
darker up in near the edge of the rocks. Yeah, and not have that there's a bit of a rounded hump to it as well, and I would take that out and have it
Get rid of this
more.
here.
No, the blue.
Okay,
There's
this
a
part
hump.
here.
Yeah, there's a hump there in
Right.
that blue, and I would
Yeah.
take that out and have it continue off the paper.
Yeah. Come up
Yeah.
like this.
Well, yes, and
Yeah.
what I do like is I like that little bit of white splash that you've got in the painting, which is almost center, a little left to center. That's working. If you could
Like
put a
right
few,
here?
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could put a few more of those as you're coming down, I think that would help to create a nice effect. But it's that right. It's the water on the far right,
Right
which
here that looks weird.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. That's not working. Yeah.
I think I could fix that with
But
more dark.
yeah, more darks and the angle too. You want to
Keep some
maintain
white.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because once you see angle, any oblique line or shape is going to evoke a mood of movement, of energy. But as soon as you make it horizontal, that reads as serenity. That's peace. That's peacefulness. Okay. So you're giving me two different emotions there.
Right.
One energy and one peacefulness. And so I want you to maintain one or the other. Like
Okay.
and this one has energy written all over it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, and then for me, here's mine.
Okay.
I have some issues by my tree, the rocks by my tree.
Okay. Are you? Do you feel you're finished yet? Yet?
No,
Or no? You got a bit more to do. I see that.
I don't have
You.
all my darks in at the top, like along the tree line.
Yeah. I
And
would put.
my
I would make.
perspective around the tree at the
Yeah.
front is not very
I would.
good.
I would make those trees darker. I like some of the sunlight hitting them, but making them darker is probably going to make them less important to the overall composition. Remember, it's the water, especially the white water or the light valued water that we want to bring out into this composition. Anyway, that's the star. So keep that in mind as you go along. The more darks you put in, the more dark blues, etc. Remember, the darks make the lights, and the lights make the darks.
Yes.
So the darker you go with that blue makes the lighter white or the lighter blue more important.
Right. I see.
The darks make the lights. And that's what I would do. But I see you have a decent underpainting there. So it's just a matter of now building up into the mid values and into the dark values very carefully.
How would I fix this part here? Because I think this is more of perspective. Because to me, this looks vertical rather than horizontal.
Well, mine looks vertical too. If you look at mine looks vertical, and that's okay. It's how you treat the other aspects of. Perhaps it's a little warmer here than it is back here. You see.
Yes.
And also textures. Textures are softer maybe back here than they are in the foreground. Harder edges in the foreground, but mine's vertical too. But this, you see, this shape here helps to create a converging shape of dark. You see that? See how
Yes.
wide it is here and how narrow it is here?
Yeah.
That's what brings the illusion of depth into it. But
I see.
But if that edge there and this edge here were like this, then I'm destroying the.
Yeah, so I think that's my issue because there is where mine is, which is over by the tree.
Yeah,
But if I had have extended this out here, and then that would have given this more of elongated appearance.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, you've given me a decent illusion of depth
Thank you.
From perspective, because you see, yes, this can be at 6 o'clock. This is at 4 o'clock. This is at 4 o'clock. This is at 4:30. This is at 4 o'clock. And you see, this is right at 15 minutes after the hour.
Yeah.
And I think that was wrong.
At 3 o'clock, you see.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have a little bit more work to do. That's all.
Mine's going there.
Yes, I see. That's just been great. Thank you for the feedback.
We got Jody.
Yes.
Oh, Jody, you're not afraid of dark values. Good for you. Very, very strong composition. You know, it's this type of art where you have the lightest lights and the darkest darks. You come into a room and you see some artwork on a wall, like that's what grabs people's attention. Okay, really does. It just, oh, I got to go and take a closer look at that. And that's I really like the way you treated that gushing wave that hit that rock and is just splashing right up. The mist that's coming off it is very effective. The little bits of white water in the background there, I might soften up a few of them a little bit, but yeah, around the edge. But you know, I like the effect because it is telling me that stuff is moving. So there's one white one that's really grabbing me. Yeah, that one there. I would definitely soften that one up because my eye keeps going to that. But very strong foreground. I really like the way the sunlight's hitting the those trees. Those look like Tom Thompson trees there. And you know what makes those trees though is the cast shadow coming off them. You know, it actually says, "Hey, I'm grounded here." You know, why cast shadows are so important because they do help to ground other shapes. Okay, but no, I like this very much. A very strong piece. Good.
Thanks. I regret not doing the first painting. I was a little hesitant. You dove right in. I just thought I missed my chance. I thought I'll watch it and I'll redo it later. But everybody else did a great job on that first painting, and I'll do it. You know, everyone's turned out so well. So you're such a great teacher who follow your instructions.
I had no illusion that you guys that you guys wouldn't do a good job. Really, I've seen the way Toronto Watercolor Society work, and you do have talented people here.
No, thank you.
Good job.
Anybody?
Is there one more or no?
One more, or are we done?
Are you? No. Felicity, are you showing yours?
Yeah, Phyllis, come on.
Sure, I can show mine. I missed the last one because my 3-year-old called me upstairs. So I will show mine.
It's Felicia, right?
Yeah, Felicia.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think you got the makings of a painting. It's not finished, obviously. You got more darks to put in, more tonal values, dark tonal values, to help to bring out one aspect more than another. And I would think it's the light part of the water. Yeah, the foreground rockery in the side and the front are important, but to me, it's the contrast between the light and the dark that it's the river that's important, and to me, it's the contrast that helps to achieve that end. Okay, so okay, there you go. And I think you can see the difference between the tonal values in mine and the tonal values in yours. And I'm not suggesting you want to become me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think a stronger tonal value change or comparison will make your painting jump more than it is right now. But I certainly read that it's a river coming down. The left side needs some work in yours, and you can see that it's got a two tonal values technically. You got a light and a dark, but if you can introduce some mid values as well to keep it a little, you know, you don't have to make it too busy, but I think that needs work. And I, as far as the background is concerned, you can see how dark I went with my background. The darks here, of course, made this sunlight hitting these rocks more important, and that's what I have been saying in a few cases today. The darks make the lights. So you do have some light value. I can see in yours, you have light value here, but it's not coming through because the darks around it aren't dark enough. Okay. So you can make these things sing if you let them. Okay. And that's what and same with this water part of the water here in yours. It can sing if you allow it to go darker in these other areas. So, but by all means, you're not finished yet. You know, you can still change things. Good.
Thank you.
And if you do the other one, did you say you didn't get a chance to do the other one?
Yeah, I'm still working on that one. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
very much admittedly, I'm afraid of dark, like to just get it, you know, yeah, I think I have to get over that part to start to actually not
Well,
be afraid of using like
did
getting a
you
bit
hear
darker.
did you hear me talk about how some people are reticent about
Yes.
getting into the darks? Yeah. And I do a lesson, I call it Don't Be Afraid of the Darks. And I talk about going in and doing nocturnes and really, really moody, dark paintings. But it's they can still be quite moody. Yeah. Good.
Doug, do you care about how many layers do you do, or just you add layers until you see it coming through the image you have, the vision you have of your painting?
There's really no set number of layers or glazes that you are limited to. I would say that if I had to guess, I have about 5 layers, give or take, a layer. But you see, I would count every time I put down a value and realize it has got lighter as the paper dries, and I put more down. I mean, that's another layer, but I may not be changing anything. I may not be changing the color. I may be changing the values only. But with transparent watercolor, it's unlimited. I took a workshop down in Florida about 20 years ago. We were on vacation, and I got invited to go to a presentation by a lady who did these really large watercolors, and she got talking about glazing, and she would do these things like she would do a picture of a peach hanging on a tree, and the peach was huge. It'd be like a big beach ball size, and she did a lot of these paintings, and they were beautifully done. And then she would ask this class, how many glazes do you think you're allowed to put down? And people said, oh, I don't know, 10 maybe. And she said, no, you can put down 100. You can put down 200. It doesn't matter, because all you're doing is putting down a layer that's going to make it a little darker in certain places, not everywhere, but in certain shapes you're not going to bother, but it's going to make it darker, but it's also going to probably make it grayer, okay? Because you lose your chroma. And if you all know what chroma is, the saturation of the pigment, okay? How pure is it, okay? And glazing does tend to reduce the saturation or the chroma of the color. So it becomes maybe just a little grayer. It could be, if it's red, it could become a little maybe closer to violet. Or if it's yellow, it could be maybe a little closer to green, but it does change the chroma. But you can do glazing. I could glaze over that and turn it into a nighttime scene. Okay. Paper's got to be completely dry, but I could turn that into a nighttime scene. Now, would it sell? Probably not, because people say, well, it looks pretty dark. But you would still maybe see a little bit of light. But I could probably show you, I've done a lot of winter scenes where I've done a house on a hill with the in nighttime. Basically, there's a moon in the background, and then there's a window with a yellow coming through, so the light is on. Okay, and I achieved that by painting a daytime scene. and having masking tape over the moon. I put masking tape over where the moon is, and I put masking tape over where the window is, and I paint this as a daytime winter scene. I completely dry it, make sure it's bone dry, and then I take a gray, maybe violet, maybe bluey violet glaze, and I put a flat wash over the whole thing, including where the masking tape is. Okay. And then once it's dry, I take the masking tape off, and the moon starts to shine, and the window, I take the masking tape off the window, and the light is coming through, and it looks like a nighttime scene. So that's glazing, and I encourage everybody to do it. In fact, I think I may do that in one of my upcoming Thursday workshops. I think I will do a nocturne or a nighttime scene. So
That's
good.
I want to just before we lose anybody, I thank everybody too for showing their art. One of the things I really want to do with these workshops is not make the showing of your art kind of like how good we are, but just, you know, even if it's a mess, show your art, because you just learn so much from it. And, you know, comments from Doug are so helpful regardless of what's happened while you paint it. So I'm really glad that people just jumped in and held up their art. That was really great. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, Beth. I think, as I said earlier, the critique at the end of the workshop is probably as important to get that feedback, but it's also nice to be able to showcase what you do and hold on to your paintings too, because as over time, you're going to see perhaps your style may evolve a little bit, and your acumen, your overall ability to mix colors and to create compositions that are you'll see a change in that too. Okay.
That's such a good point, Beth. And I think it really helps. Like you're a very generous instructor, Doug. And you know, like you said, you're looking at what people have done well and encouraging them in how to improve the bits that maybe even they're dissatisfied with. And so I found that incredibly helpful. And it's so good to see other people's pictures, because we all succeed and not succeed at different aspects of it. So it's really, really helpful. So thanks everybody for being brave. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Now,
And you know, you're in a good watercolor society there. I said it earlier that you're in probably maybe the top, if not the top 5, you may be in the top 3 in Canada as
Yeah.
far as watercolor societies are concerned. Because you got some amazing. Well, Margaret Roseman. I mean, she's you. I know she was a founding member of the society, and she's a wonderful watercolorist too. You can learn so much from her.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I was quite impressed with what I saw today.
Well, thank you.
I have one more question, Doug. At the very beginning, you said that we could send these for critique later. Are you still open to that?
Yes,
I'd like to
I am.
incorporate what you suggested to me, and if you take another look and say, did I hear what you intended to say?
Mhm. Yes, by all means.
Still okay with
my,
that? Okay.
Yeah, Beth has my email address.
Yeah, I'll send it out. We send out a recording that we make sure we make strict instructions that's only available with this group and with anyone that's paid. And it's available for about 10, 14 days. And when I send that out, I'll send out your contact. Your contact is also, I think I've included it in at least one of the emails about the workshop that everybody got. But I'll send it when I send the recording, which will be probably Monday.
I promise not to spam anybody.
Oh, yeah.
That was a really good
I
question, Dan. Thanks for asking.
I try to keep my critique to about 1 or 2 sentences as well. I don't go on forever.
Yes,
Not
yes. And
like I did today.
no, I wouldn't expect you to, yeah.
Yeah.
One
No, not
sentence
at all.
will be sufficient. Thank you.
Sure, not at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Also online, Doug Eldert has had to leave, but he just sent a note just saying how much he appreciated your paintings and your rationale. Painting in real time is so educational. Thanks so much, Doug. He says.
Good.
To Doug.
And I know Doug from previous demos that I've done for Toronto Watercolor Society. Actually, I'm on Facebook, and you get memories come back at you and say, "Hey, remember posting this?" I posted a painting I did 13 years ago at the Toronto Watercolor Society on a Wednesday night. They came back and said, "You did this," and it was a painting of. Does anybody know the Cinque Terre in Italy? It was actually one of the cities or towns in Italy on the coast, and that's what I did that night. And yeah, and it came back and said, "You did this for the Toronto Water." I thought, boy, that's kind of ironic. Here I am
Yeah.
talking to Toronto Watercolor Society today. So
I think the AI robot was listening to you. Yeah.
yeah, maybe. Haha, probably. Yeah, Alexa.
Yeah. So anyway,
Good.
we're right basically at 3. So I hope everybody.
Okay.
It's
Anybody want to ask another question then?
I just want to say how much I enjoyed your class. It was really inspirational and it helps me to get my paints back out.
Good, good. I'm glad
you.
we're encouraging you to keep painting. It's again, to me, watercolor is a very vibrant medium and not an easy medium. I didn't say it was easy, but if you can get comfortable with it to the point where you're really willing to take some risks with it as well. But just keep those basic tenets about working light to dark and watching your moisture control. Watch how wet your paper is, how dry it is. And once you can sort of maintain what all those important elements are, then I think your success rate will improve over time.
I just wanted to mention too, as well as talking about displaying our art, I really find it interesting to see how different people approach the same painting, the same subject, same reference. So different, each one is so unique. But I also, of course, want to thank you, Doug. It's been a great experience. And I really appreciate your suggestions and yep.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yes, we all interpret things a little differently, and it comes out in art, our art, and that's great. I enjoy seeing the various approaches people take, even on the compositions that I'm demonstrating. Yeah.
great. Okay.